Hmm? Oh, I'm stronger than you think. I've waitressed at busy restaurants, picked grapes in vineyards, and even woven yarn in a textile factory. Tienes que mantenerte viva.
Please be careful. I'm collecting the spores.
This is a night made up of hunger, tipsiness, and a poem describing the amber eyes of a jackal amid the endless horizon of the Sonoran Desert.
And I'm back. Is this the one? Hello? 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 Yeah. Am I now? Shit. Alright, I mean, something's wrong. Let me take a look and go through the settings a little bit. And hello? Hello? Damn, I am soft. I am soft. Hello? It is still soft. About 100%. Might be too far. Hello? Hello? How about now? Alright. It's better. Is this better? Alright. I mean, I could improve the game. Let me go to my filter. What the hell? Where is it? Mic input. Alright, there we go. And then the game. The limiter? No. Correction? No. Flavor? Nah. Compressive. Right. I hope this helped. Okay, that's a lower. Alright. It should work. You're sort of not peaking a lot. Alright. The music's melancholic. Oh wait. Anyway. Let us do this. Just gonna a little bit of some activity. Lunch. So the platonic year rules out me right and wrong. I have no idea what these mean. Who the hell are you? There's our main character. It's final day of March and the daylight hours, okay? It's busy season, city's faded and quiet. The dead of the night at this moment. Oh, good. Cafes are still open at the end of the world. Perfect.
Hace algunos años, trabajé como guardabosques en un campamento en Cuernavaca. Allí conocí a un poeta surrealista mexicano.
Spanish!
Estaba especialmente
I have no idea what they are
agradecido
saying.
ahí. Unos animales habían entrado al campamento y los ahuyenté por él. No fue gran cosa, en realidad. Como muestra de agradecimiento,
As a token of gratitude,
extraña historia. Una que ocurrió en un pueblo del desierto de
strange
Sonora
story
llamado Amalfitano
happened in the Sonoran
1971.
Desert.
La
Alright.
gente ahí seguía una creencia muy poco ortodoxa que giraba en torno al dado de Babilonia.
From the gates of Babylon?
Un día, una investigadora con una maleta llegó al pueblo. Vino a estudiar sus costumbres locales. Una
Maybe a
razón
half
nada
shirtless
sorprendente
man.
para que una intelectual
created
erudita
that dies.
apareciera en un remoto
Wait, maybe
asentamiento
it
del
doesn't
desierto.
exactly created it. It's more like he stored it in his treasury. Yeah, I heard that it's the story is kind of
But little did she know, this dusty old town and its peculiar custom would lead her down an entirely unexpected path.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, Recoleta. Does this researcher have a name? She could be Nora, Joanna, or Teresa. Any name, really. I feel like you want people focusing on this story, not keeping track of who's who.
confusion and shock intertwined on the storyteller's face.
Thank you for your advice.
Virgin's not the main character now. Yeah, get out. This time our main character is Recoleta.
But she isn't
I'm
a
happy
Nora,
that I got
or a
her.
Joanna, or a Teresa.
Finally,
She's just
I can
herself.
dust off my Melania. She's been sitting there quietly at the back of the suitcase, you know.
A paracausality researcher.
You see that look? She's halfway to eating you alive. Face it, Maria. She wouldn't be the loca we know if she listened to anyone.
Loca.
Ah,
I think that's
all right.
Spanish.
So you didn't like the opening. Fine. I'll come up with something new. Maybe I'll start with a bit of exposition on the Die of Babylon, beginning with its origins as a secret relic created by an Aztec priest, imprisoned by the conquistadores.
I don't know if that's going to do much, hermana.
Rude.
I'm
Don't
beginning to
interrupt
think we'll
someone's
never figure out
storytelling.
what you're trying to say with this novel. And, well,
Ay, Dios. Just tell her, Maria. We're going back to Buenos...
¿De vuelta a Buenos Aires? ¿De repente? ¿Así? ¿Sin más?
Oh. Goodbye so soon.
Pancho, Maria, what's going on? Did I do something wrong during our travels? Ah, see. I know what it is. I've bored you with my constant rambling over this novel.
Bruh.
No, Recoleta. It's got
Something
nothing
that's
to
it.
do with your novel.
Don't you get it? We're flat broke. Why do you think we're stuck here scrubbing tables?
Maybe. But I do think it introduced, an interesting, different play style, in my opinion.
Because we can't pay for all the mate we've been
A lot of
drinking.
teams are cool. Because you can do many actions in one turn instead of, the standard 4 actions.
That wasn't a question, Regoleta. We've crossed the continent, crashed the readings of all those prestigious
Five if
poets,
you have a
and leave the way a
18
real artist should.
+1
And I admit it, it's been just as amazing as you promised.
provider, like, I don't know, or other page? Yeah.
But we can't go on living like this.
But I'm considering ultimate teams, so you just kinda, spam ults instead. So like big hits, big 4 hits instead of constant multiple hits.
You know that we both care about you, and we believe in your novel too.
So I think it's just a gameplay preference, if you prefer that. Nothing wrong. I mean, I like my orphanage team. They're currently my strongest team. That's until someone else dethrones it. Hopefully not. Really, I don't know, man. 2.8 has been a roller coaster for the follow-up teams, from what I heard from the CN side.
I'd be lying if I said this journey meant nothing to me.
Shh,
Getting to
don't
ride
say
around
that.
the continent on
You
a
hurt
motorcycle like Che
someone's
Guevara himself.
feelings.
I never could have imagined I'd get the chance to go on an adventure like this. We got to live the dream.
A real dream. Except for those days when the motorcycle broke down. Though that was a real tribute to Che's journey too.
Don't tease, Pancho.
I hope they will really do something with follow-up teams. There is a band with that name. Wow, that's a choice of word for the band or band name. But, who am I to judge?
Recoleta, since you invited
There are
us to join the
many
Visceral Realists,
weird
we've
band
both found
names out there.
amazing new ways to channel our inner poetry.
And most of them I heard comes from Japan, so I mean they really have a weird choice of words for their band name.
Even though I still don't understand what
Intriguing.
in the world you're trying to say with your novel, or for that matter, what visceral realism actually is.
Maria,
You told us not to worry about the definitions, to feel and to live in our words. We did just as you
Nerd.
said, and it felt great.
Nerd. Here's a rope, good luck. That's a mouthful. Let's put it that way. I mean, I'm not gonna dive too deep into that the philosophical side of such a bad name.
Ahora el frío del invierno se instala y lo único que parece importante es ese pequeño pueblo ficticio.
Despacito. Okay. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna trigger anyone's
I appreciate your honesty, amigos. I was worried the problem was much worse than all that. Winter here isn't as dreadful as you think. And I know just the place to keep us warm. It was 1520. Arcanist Ferdinand Magellan sailed across unfamiliar waters under orders from the Spanish.
Magellan is now an arcanist?
Over the vast gray sea, he saw spots of light in the distance. An island. He named it
perfect.
Tierra del Fuego.
So
For the
tactically,
next
this is
400
more like
years, Ushuaia faithfully served its role at the end of the world.
history of Earth
It became
with
the
a
continent's
different
penal colony,
in a
and
different
its largest building even served as a prison.
multiverse, I guess.
Many arcanists were exiled there. By the turn of the century, the arcanist hunt had reached its peak, and the Comala Sanatorium was built. Well, as you may already know, at that time, most arcanists were believed to be victims of madness.
I mean, there is already John
Sanatorium was their
Tyler,
ship of
so
fools.
I mean, I guess
However,
it's already
As
referencing the
people
real
began
world.
to
So.
realize that arcanist blood wasn't a guarantee of madness,
Also,
fewer and
just
fewer
want
were
to put
imprisoned
it
there.
out there
By
first.
1947,
This game is
it
the
was officially
game
closed.
that
Until the
introduced me to
1970s,
John
when a group
Titor.
of people from the
like the
National
actual
Foucault
John
Studies
Titor.
Association returned
I
to the
searched
island
him
with
up.
new ideas for the location.
And found him out.
They spoke in abstract terms and opaque theories that
Interesting
no one could
backstory.
understand. They
IRL, that
rebuilt this
is.
place and gave it a new name. After a long period of construction, the Comala
And-
Sanatorium became a prison once more.
And then
One
John
designed to
Titor
hold
kind of stuck
arcanist
with me.
criminals. They were taken from the streets
Just
and
remember that
psychiatric
every
clinics,
time I,
from secret societies
came
and rebel
across
groups.
that
Any arcanist
this game is
deemed
actually
mentally or
referencing
socially
the real
unfit
world.
would be locked away there. This association claimed the inmates would receive the best treatment, and they would fully recover before being returned to society. A prison, a medical lab, a sanatorium, call it whatever you want. That is what Comala is today. And we could spend the whole winter there. It'd probably be the easiest winter we've ever had.
Why would you
All
want to
that it
spend
requires is
the winter at
a little bit of acting.
prison? That's a disaster recipe. Hey, that's a recipe for disaster, bruh. I fumbled my words.
It won't be hard to pass ourselves off as a bunch of unstable
Matt
crackpots.
Pod.
A touch
you're
of
gonna
madness
get the
comes parceled with the gifts
free
of
Matt
being
Pod?
an arcanist.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna gather Matt Pod from the selector. I'm still. No, I'm not even going to wonder. I am getting Miss New Bubble. If she's available. Which I hope she is. I don't really remember if she is. But if she is available, I'm grabbing her ASAP. Like, no questions asked. Also for Kiparina, I still don't know if I want to get Kiparina. Like, she's good for impromptu, right? But I literally do not have any impromptu characters built, so I don't know about that. I mean, she is goated. She's like one of the best shielder, right? She's like the S tier, SSS, triple S, quadruple S sustain category.
That's your brilliant idea? To get us locked up in an asylum?
You said it, young man. Whatever your name is.
You understand we'd be prisoners there, don't you? It's not like we'd get to put our feet up and relax by a fire. You want to go to jail? Well, see that man over there? Go greet him with a punch to the jaw, then you'll be set for the whole winter.
Sounds like a good idea.
Wait, what? Is she for real? Also, why the squirrel? Very good. I like it. I will be getting your bubble. But why the squirrel? I don't think I have seen his kit yet. So yeah.
Nicoleta, please. We're not messing with the gendarmeria. We're going to my Aunt Julia's. She said she could take us in at her vineyard up north. We'll return to Ushuaia next year. Or when the
Really?
winter passes. It'll still be great.
Wow, that's a very cool use case. And is it more like a type situation where you only used him once for that 400-4 and just not use him again? He's P5? Is he like a free, like say, some coming from an event? Like you spend points to buy his potential, I mean, is it portraits?
I hear you, but respectfully, this has been more than just a road trip for me. I know sticking around here for the winter won't be easy, but this could be my last chance.
What did I tell you, Maria? She never listens. Wasting your breath.
Oh, finally. Then I believe he would be the first one to, no. Outside of Sonetto, he'll like be the first one that the game, attractively gives you P5, right? Okay, technically counting, he would be the second one, because Sonetto comes first. And that would be cool. That's kind of cool. I like it. Maybe that's the reason why 400-4 is that stupid. And they just made up an entire character just so you can get him and build him and use him. Way to go, Blue Pooch. Dog till the end.
Adios, Regoleta. I don't think we'll meet again.
Come on. There you have it. Yeah. They're trying to market him. They just made 400-4 just to market Buddy. Just to market that squirrel, just so you could build him.
Mierda! Los gendarmes are looking straight at us!
What?
What? Neuer getting power crap twice? What's the first one?
Stop right there. You three
Right there, criminal, stop.
some intruders
You
at a
violated the
poultry
law.
meeting in Gacha Pionera.
Every time I shoot that. Oh, right. I mean, okay, so I'm gonna be real here. I did not go too deep into Recoletta's kit, so yeah. Those is just Nor? Something like Nor? I guess. Multiple alts? Something. I thought I seen like you should use ultimate to charge up Recoletta's ultimate before you unleash a big ultimate by Recoletta. At least that's what I thought about how Recoletta works. But yeah. But I'm not sure, man. Would I really pull for Kipperina? Kipperina is 2.7, right? Wait. What's the current patch? I think I made a mistake. This is 2.6, right? Yeah. I made a mistake. Hold up. Oh, why did I say 2.7? Can I edit this midstream? Ooh. Depends on how many crits you did in a turn. So it's like a very good sustain option for FUAs. FUAs means follow-up. So follow-up attack. So you just call it FUAs for short. So since you want multiple crits, so follow-up would be best for her, because you know follow-ups do a lot of attacks in a turn. Huh. But I think outside of follow-up it's just so pretty neat, right? I just want to know if Keep Arena are like locked into the impromptu archetype, or if you could use her anywhere else. Like she has a specific synergy to make her work in impromptu teams. Because I'm not planning to pull for her just so she would be subpar outside of impromptu teams. You catch my drift? I know she's like super strong, but is that in context of being in the impromptu teams? She's a new Bob. A lot better.
Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse.
Okay, what the hell happened? No matter. Let's get this over with. A recommended type? I don't
Always ready
know.
to go. So many people here. Feels like trade season again.
Should I use...
Follow me.
I think I would just use that. Accurate. Not really. I'm gonna use Liang.
Always ready to go.
And you, on the other hand, I will have... Who's the one that I want to build? You. Alright.
Hold your horses. I'm coming.
Oh!
Filter complete.
Why am I
carefully.
using that? Whoops. Tengah dah tu.
Xiangnu, please lend me your power.
Perfectly understood.
Please stay behind me.
And if you do it,
Xiangnu, please lend me your power.
I'm gonna need to study Ibarina's kit a little bit
My responsibility.
and decide if I
You
want to
won't
pull
get
up
away.
next patch.
I've seen your struggle written in the stars.
I've seen your struggles along the way. Also, where is this? Girl, you okay? You don't...
Gracias a Dios. Creo que los perdimos.
You don't look too good.
Are you alright?
Vernon! It's Vernon!
Ah, gracias. Better to kiss the ground than kiss the gendarme's boots, if one must choose. Wait a second. Doris, is that you?
Oh? Oh?
Funny how life moves in circles and puts an old friend in my path. How have you been? Are you paying another visit to Kamala?
Doris?
Doris.
Oh? Oh? Is this foreshadowing?
Timekeeper, could she mean our Dr. Doris?
Is this foreshadowing?
Was I mistaken?
Because remember, I think it was the 2.8 live stream. We saw Vernon called out Mother to what looks like Miss Doris. Yo, Doris playable win. Earth playable win. Yeah. Earth could very well be Verton's mother. And here Recoleta just literally just called Verton Doris, which implies that she looks like Doris for Recoleta to mistaken her for the other. So, you know, good for thought.
How strange. I've never seen two people so alike.
I mean, I don't know. Have you seen twins? You know, mother and daughter?
But please, forgive me. It's been a long day.
Sisters?
No need to apologize. In fact, the person you just mentioned sounds like someone we're looking for. Could you tell me where you last saw her?
A very long time ago. Well, too bad.
Sure, Excuse me.
Bless ya.
You're not from around here, are you? Your accents and those clothes give you away.
Yeah, do I sound British enough for ya? Or should I go mop it off?
Come with me. I know a warmer
Or
place to talk.
squash? Although for Sonetto, she would sound more like a Italiano, so still not local.
The moment you fight or fall back, charge forward. I don't see a start time on this report, nor does it state the reason for or the demands of. That's what you think. The scars left on the land may be the most obvious form of destruction.
Is
But
it the same
true
guy
devastation
as
of war is one that develops gradually in the souls of people.
the earlier chapters? I still have no
You don't?
idea who are who these
Young
are.
writers have all
who
been
are these
exiled,
that are talking to us?
sent down a path with no signs to follow and no destination. In dark, they hold those words close, a fragile piece of home. But as they fall one by one, in dreams, maybe, walking the streets of your hometown, but live there too long, soldiers crawl through trenches, while words are for...
Like I thought they would be like, you know, what, like some narrators, but we are conversing with them and they have some attitude. So I don't know, man. Buenos Aires Division. I think I butchered that pronunciation. Shuya port explosion. Oh no. I thought that would be, you know, a reference to an older story, but guess not.
Filter complete. Move carefully.
Ha!
Please stay behind me, Xiangnu. Please let
You
me your
have a little
power.
faith in me, Master.
Be careful. You won't get away.
I need a drink.
Finally, it's just you and me, Master. Do 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 do.
Much better. I guess I'm not exactly recovered yet because I am having some dryness in my throat. Nothing some water couldn't fix.
According to these news reports from Ushuaia, there was an arcane attack on the pier about a week ago. All the ships in the port were destroyed. Could Manus Vindictae be responsible for this? Or perhaps the Xeno rebels?
Were they? They weren't. Oh, Verdun? I don't think. Wait, I don't remember anymore. Was Verdun on the ship? Oh, she was. So this is a different story then.
Hard to say. But things have been suspiciously quiet these past few days. I had been hoping we'd find some clues here in Ushuaia, after we lost track of the Manus, in the Free Breeze shipwreck.
You're right.
They would have gone to ground somewhere remote and off the radar. Indeed, it's possible they've already left Ushuaia.
I mean, if Miss Grace were to be the quote-unquote double agent. Actually, why am I saying quote-unquote? She could be the double agent. I wouldn't be too worried. Just saying. If she turned out to be the double agent.
For whatever reason, it seems they haven't been pushing for the storm to happen quite as eagerly as before. I have a strange feeling about it all. They're definitely up to something.
Yeah, the calm before the storm.
For now,
For sure.
it seems our new friend's story lines up with the intel from Moth. It seems the Xeno rebels really did bring Dr. Dorez here. We should see if there's anything more she can tell us.
Hey, Vernon hadn't actually seen Doris, right? Like, she was still in, like, a coma? No, she's just, like, really sick. When she got to the doctor's house, which is, Dr. Doris. So she couldn't have seen her to recognize her as her mother. Or maybe she did catch a glimpse of her, because I don't know. I don't remember.
Timekeeper.
The chief assistant hesitates.
The Foundation doesn't have any intelligence on Tierra del Fuego. If the Manus really are here,
What are you trying to say?
we'll be on our own. The closest Foundation branch is in Buenos Aires, 3,200 kilometers away.
Okay, that's a problem. That is a problem.
Careful and well considered as ever, Soneto. It's possible they've already infiltrated Ushuaia, just as they did in Chisos. But the Xeno rebels may still be holding Dorez. We can't just wait around. I'm afraid we'll have to take the risk. Ushuaia is not very big. If Manus Vindictae is here, we'll notice. Stay sharp.
Understood, Timekeeper. I'll keep an eye out for them and for Dr. Dorez.
I doubt she would be just, wandering out in the open, so...
My friends. They're really gone. Adios, Recoleta. I don't think we'll meet again. So that's all I get?
Are you mad?
We could have exchanged some farewell poems, read them out loud like we used to, and shed a few bitter tears over our heartfelt goodbyes. But you know what they say. Goodbyes are only a senseless feast of unhappiness.
Pardon?
Oh, it's nothing.
Excuse
Never mind. Please,
me?
sit down. And could we get a pot of mate with mint, please?
Thank you.
So you're looking for Doris? I can tell she's important to you from your look.
Correct.
How could you tell?
Is there anything more you could tell us about the day you met her?
Of course. It was one of those gray, overcast
Actually, does
afternoons.
Burton know?
I had just turned onto Calle Bolivar when I ran into this blind woman on my way to the post office.
Oh, bro.
To be exact, I didn't run into her. She called to me. It felt like a sacred moment in time. Like something unworldly. I just stood there, frozen, as she walked up and fixed a loose thread on my sweater. I stared at her until my fingers went numb, and the letter almost slipped out of my hand.
Miss, Could you tell me what's in that direction?
I followed her hand as she pointed forward. Strangely, even though I could see she was blind, I had a feeling that she knew exactly where she was pointing and where she intended to go. That's the way to Comala Prison, Señora. Is that where you're headed? I could walk you there if you'd like.
Thank you, miss. But I think I've found my way.
She held a typewriter. How ironic that God would give her, at once, both books and night. I am Recoleta. What may I call you, miss? I hope you don't mind me asking, Señora. I didn't mean to pry. It's only that I have to know. You're a writer too, aren't you? I've been working on a novel and, for some reason, I have this feeling you could be a character in it. Forgive me. I'm just so excited. I really want to remember this moment. Please, may I have your name? Or whatever you'd like me to call you? I don't think I'll ever forget her smile. It was soft, kind, almost merciful. And oddly, it felt so ancient.
No offense taken, Miss Recoleta.
Ancient.
But first, I have a question for you. What does literature mean to you?
Sorry? What a
Yeah,
question
I'm
it
not
was.
going down the hack
I wasn't
maxing
expecting
rabbit
anything
hole,
like it.
but
You're a writer, are you not? And one I sense with purpose. Tell
there
me,
is a joke
where does
somewhere
such
down that
powerful
line.
motivation come from?
Yeah. Ancient.
Actually, well, I'm not sure, Señora. I have my pursuits and questions, but literature is neither the goal nor the
Imagine
answer to
asking for her
them.
age.
Literature is, well, it's just literature. I suppose if I had to define
The
it,
stare she would
I'd
give
say it's a
you,
tool.
even though she's
A
blind.
kindling for fire,
and
or a lens to see
cupping her
through.
eyes up
A
in
means to
ape.
explore and raise questions from different angles and express our perspectives.
She could literally stare a hole through
And
you.
what an interesting perspective you've expressed. I see. But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle. Just when I was looking for the right word, she turned away with a little wave, heading toward the prison, her feet crunching over the fine snow. So she must have gone to the prison.
When did all of this happen?
About 3 days ago. I remember
Oh,
the sun came out
that
for a while that day,
was
and the streets
recent.
were glistening with melting snow.
That was
You've heard of
extremely
Comala
recent.
Prison, haven't you?
Why would Doris be walking out into
3 days ago.
open?
Then we
What
may
the
be
heck?
able
Hold
to
on,
catch up with her
what?
there,
What?
timekeeper.
I thought she was captured. Huh?
You're right. We need to get there as soon as we can.
Whoa, amazing. So decisive, assertive. A true show of character. You must be the very archetype of a charismatic leader.
Alright, alright.
What's left to say? Whenever the protagonist has what they want fall into their laps, we're all quick to complain about lazy writers using Deus Ex Machina to keep the story together. So, let's not dwell on it.
What?
But anything can happen in a place like Ushuaia. It's a city where the day may only last 4 hours, and the streets are full of exiled arcanists.
I feel like it's been a while since we had some actually combat-oriented type characters. Like, I would actually love to see someone that's trained in the art of, I don't know, kung fu, aikido or some shit, or capoeira or some shit, I don't know. Or jujitsu, you know, this kind of fighting type style, or, you know, even handling a weapon. Use a sword, fencing, just some style. I don't think Liang Yue, she just commands a beast, right? I mean, the only move that she actually, you know, actually do something physical is her kick. And that's about it.
We appreciate your help, Miss
Recoleta, please think nothing of it.
Miss Recoleta. I'm Vertin, and this is Sonetto. We're investigators from the St. Pavlov Foundation.
Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise. Glad that I could help. But listen, ladies. Everything happens for a reason, and now it's becoming clear. You're going to Kamala prison, and so am I. Maybe it's fate that brought us together.
What's your business there? If you don't mind our asking.
Oh, it's a writer's mission. But anyway, we're friends now.
That's one way to segue into a relationship. But yeah, it's flirting. Yeah.
If you're going to Kamala, you'll need someone who knows the way.
Do you know that way? Do you actually know that way? Where's this place? The furthest edge of civilization. Why is it always things are happening at places that are like, you know, the outskirts, the edge of the world? Furthest place furthest from civilization. Even in 2.8, we are literally going to Antarctica. Antarctica is literally the furthest place away from any civilization. Well, she's Italian. And this is where I would make an Italian joke, but I have nothing on Italians. So, too bad. Why is everywhere cold? Like some of the recent places that we visited are cold. Why is it cold? It's cold during the the Russian endeavors with Villa and a partner. And then this place, wherever this is. And after this, we are going to Antarctica.
Behold, Komala Prison. It's the biggest building around. When the sun comes out, it looks like a rusty button stitched into the earth.
So like, what's next? Are we going to somewhere even colder? The Mariana Trench? The deepest place in the entire Earth? Or are we going to space then? Because, space is cold as shit.
Everyone tries not to pay attention to it, but it's undoubtedly one of the most important places in town. This way. Careful. We're heading uphill. Oops.
Are they breaking into prison?
Thanks. So, my new friends, you're from that St. Palominos?
St. Pavlov Foundation.
Palominos. Let's call Pavlov Foundation Palominos from now on.
And Vertin is the timekeeper there.
Ah, very impressive. Sounds all official and polished.
She doesn't know
I
what
take it
she's
you've
doing.
already got away into the prison?
No. Brother, they are really going to break into prison now. It's one thing to break out of prison, but breaking in? Damn.
I'll draft a letter to headquarters right away. Once they approve it, they'll notify the local branch in Buenos Aires. From there, they'll need to inform the Argentine government.
Well, the way Sonero said this, I'm gonna just, imagine. I could already tell that Recoleta was like, ooh, that takes too long. Let's just break into prison, shall we?
Who will then issue us a permit.
Excellent. Looks like our bureaucrats still have some worth. No offense intended, of course.
It would take too long, brother.
Since we're pressed for time, I believe we can ask that headquarters give high priority to our request. If all goes well, we should have the permit in about a month.
Are you fucking real?
How expedient of them. But you know what? Maybe we shouldn't
bother
bother
all
all
those
those hard-working government officials with these trifling matters after all.
Dude, she just wants to break into prison.
I have a simpler solution that suits the urgency of our cause.
That sounds great. Oh, where are you going, Miss Recoleta?
Yep. There she goes. Breaking into its style.
To the other
she
side
had
of the wall, of
such
course.
such
From
stories
Guadalajara to
for
Ushuaia. There
breaking
has yet to be a wall that
in
could stop me.
to a prison.
Come on, ladies of the Foundation. Soneto, take my hand.
Miss Recoleta, please. A reckless act like that could have serious consequences. Please come back down. In fact, while the details of our mission are classified, I should warn you it may be dangerous, and we cannot guarantee your safety once we're inside. Perhaps it's in your best interest
Chinese
to return to
wall?
town.
and seems like it would stop her from trying at the very least.
What? That is definitely not in my best interest. What sort of pusillanimous coward would I be if I just abandoned my fated companions here? Of course I'm going in with you. Or rather, you're coming with me.
What? I did not. If you haven't noticed, she just went full-on British over here.
Please get down, Miss Recoleta.
Like,
What sort of pusillanimous coward would I be if I just abandoned my fated companions here? Of course I'm going in with you. Or rather, you're coming with me.
she got the British debuff. What happened to all the Spanish accent?
Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?
Okay, stop right there, criminal scum.
Caramba, it's her again. The jailer of Comala.
Did she say jailer or jaguar?
That's, I don't know. Maybe maybe it's an alien or some shit.
Field check complete. Move carefully.
Also, I kind of miss, wait, actually a jaguar? What? Hey, I did not expect this. A jaguar jailer.
Xiangliu, please lend me your power.
That was mouthful.
Please stay behind me. Keep calm. Awaken. You won't get away.
And down
Finally,
she goes.
you and me, Master.
Miss Recoleta, haven't I made myself clear? I don't want to see you here again.
She's actually a jaguar.
Jailer, we meet again. What a delightful encounter on such a...
Bruh.
lovely day.
Would you please just leave this place alone? I'll never understand why a promising young woman like you keeps snooping around a prison. I can't make this any clearer. Trying to break into Comala will do nothing to get you inside, but it will get you into a world of trouble with the Gendarmeria. So, will you stop these senseless breaking attempts? Comala prison is only accessible to academic researchers and journalists, and even they must have official credentials in order to enter.
Isn't there any other way to pay a visit? I truly do need to get in there.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you just say official credentials?
Yes, you heard me right. And you are?
I'm the timekeeper of the St. Pavlov Foundation. My assistant and I are here to visit Kamala Prison on official orders from the Foundation. Here, this is my ID.
This is indeed legitimate.
Wait, is this actually legitimate?
Welcome to Kamala Prison.
Or are they just lying through their teeth?
Apologies for my earlier behavior. It's been a while since we've had any official visitors.
So Neto just mentioned that they need to get, documentations and everything before getting into the premise. I'm not gonna pronounce that. Yeah, alright, cool. The regular column was established in this. Okay, this has nothing to do with the story, so I'm just gonna skip it. Yep. Is this supposed to be a bug? Like I went through it the first time around. There's a register. I have to go back in again for a second time before it registers.
Filter complete. Move carefully. Please stay behind me. Keep calm. Be careful. My responsibility. Finally, it's just you and me, Master.
Oh, by the way, just want to confirm, I have yet to look or, find out about editing on the CN side. But for Nautica, is there a difference between her pre-Insight 2 and post-Insight 2 fighting style?
Día tras día, la investigadora de paracausalidad se escondía en la naturaleza fuera del pueblo de Amalfitano, estudiando los datos que había recolectado.
Spoil yourself, because that's what I usually do. I try not to spoil myself until it gets released, but I mean, not too much, just a little bit, but not too much. Just saying.
Una tarde, al anochecer, una voz llamó desde fuera de su cueva. Ella dejó el equipo y las cintas y salió afuera. Un hombre estaba de pie, curioso, frente a su puerta. ¿Qué haces aquí?, preguntó, levantando ambas cejas. Nada sucede en Amalfitano en estos días. El local se presentó como el empleado del banco. Probablemente tenía la cara más amable del lugar. Ojos brillantes, mejillas levantadas, una mandíbula suave. Era una cara llena de esperanza. La investigadora le mostró los espectros que había estado recopilando. He estado recolectando historias sobre el dado, explicó. Quizás ellos contienen la clave para explicar la aleatoriedad que muestra el destino. Ah, eso realmente me intriga. Respondió rápidamente el empleado del banco. Me encantaría escuchar todo sobre eso, pero debo irme. No debo llegar tarde al funeral del pescador de dunas. Y con eso se fue. 3 días después, los mismos pasos regresaron a su cueva. ¿Volviste? ¿Cómo has estado? ¿Lograste llegar al funeral?, preguntó. No tengo idea de lo que estás hablando, respondió de manera cortante. No soy el hombre que crees que soy. Su rostro estaba agotado y demacrado, sus ojos hundidos profundamente en huecos vacíos. Era como si toda chispa de vida le hubiera sido arrancada, dejándolo solo con una cáscara vacía.
Because it got borrowed by English. I don't know.
La investigadora insistió que no se había equivocado. Conozco a las personas por su naturaleza más profunda, hasta la sincronización de sus espectros. Nunca me he equivocado antes. Lo que tú digas, el hombre murmuró de manera áspera. No entiendo nada de tus ideas tan elevadas. Solo déjame ir. Ha sido un largo día de pesca y lo único que quiero ahora es desplomarme en mi cama tambaleante. Se alejó con pasos que sonaban exactamente como los del empleado del banco.
As you might have noticed, Miss Burton, this facility isn't just a prison. It's also a research center.
I feel like I just wasted 5 minutes of my entire life going through that.
Its full name is the Panopticon of Comala. It was established by the Foucault Association in 1975. We've hosted workshops, academic sessions, and even lectures about the Panopticon. You may even have seen some reports about it. Experts of psychoanalysis and scholars from various fields have come here to exchange ideas and seek collaboration in their studies. In many ways, the Panopticon is unlike any other prison you've seen before.
I see. No wonder Miss Recoleta has gone to such lengths to become a part of it. Actually, my assistant and I are here to inquire about a prisoner named Doris. Does that name sound familiar?
Yo, what in the
Not that I
liminal
recall.
space?
Could she have used a different name? What does she look like?
Dude, whatever this is behind this background looks just like something right out of a liminal space horror trope, some shit.
She'd have arrived here about 3 days ago. It's also possible that she came as a visitor, not a prisoner. She's a blind woman who always carries an old typewriter. She used to be a doctor at the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence in Brazil. And on the subject of different names, she once wrote for Atu, under the name Erd.
I don't think I've seen anyone fit in that description. And as I said, we haven't had any visitors in some time. Certainly not in the last 3 days.
But I did see her. I saw her walking towards Comala prison.
Someone must have mixed up their memories. Simply put, I don't recall seeing anyone by that name or with that description here.
I see. Thank you, miss. Perhaps we... Miss Recoleta, you've gone to great lengths to get into the Panopticon. Would you mind telling us why?
Finally! I've been waiting for you to ask.
Okay. Going to go on a tangent here.
I'm here to find my
Ain't
pen
she?
pal in Comala.
What? And here I thought she would go into a detailed explanation about why in the hell of a world would she want to come into get into a prison.
You have a pen pal? In here?
Even considering breaking into it.
Yes. 6 months ago, I went to a book exhibition in Guadalajara and came across the contact details of a few writers. I sent them my novel and asked for feedback. Looking back, it was a bit forward, but nothing unheard of between writers. A lot of friendships start through letters, and Aleph wrote back.
Oh, Aleph. Ain't he that, crazy executioner type character?
And how much do you know about this pen pal of yours?
Oh, well, he calls himself Aleph, which is a grammatically masculine word, so...
So you assume Aleph is a man?
Never a certainty.
Yes, he's probably a poet, a writer, perhaps even an alchemist. He's one of the brightest people I know. There's never been a question that he couldn't answer.
Is that supposed to be foreshadowing? It's the Aleph, not Aleph. Oh boy. I mean, I don't know about being a poet, a writer, or an alchemist, but I do know he wields a big ass knife.
I've asked him about religion, politics, history, potions, even critters in length and breadth. Can you imagine someone who knows all those things and so extensively too?
Although that's big as a knife could be on the operating table. What else? There could be a big ass knife for operation now somewhere out in the wild, right? Could be. All in
Can you
all,
help me
pretty
with my
scary shit.
novel? He always seems to know the best ways to bring my characters to life. Honestly, he's so insightful. I've begun wondering if he's omniscient. With his help, my story grew richer and fuller, like a well-tended plant. Strangely, can't seem to take it any further now. It's as if the roots have been sapped of their strength. I couldn't understand why. So, I resolved that I would see him in person to find out.
Schizo? Too bad I won't be able to see that. I'm not pulling for enough. So, yeah.
Again with this story about your uncanny pen pal. I've already told you 1,000 times. It's all very moving, but it still doesn't justify your actions. Writers experience mental blocks all the time, yet you don't see them trying to break into a prison over it.
She said it. She fucking said it.
She does have a point.
Please, Burden, jailer, have a little mercy, will you?
Yeah, I could just look at his banner design. You know, nothing beats admiring your character's L2D or background while they are actually in your suitcase.
Hold on. I've been meaning to ask. Why are you only calling her jailer? Don't you know her name? Or do you just prefer addressing people by their occupation?
Oh, about that.
It's okay, Miss Verton. I don't mind being called by my job title. I take pride in what I do. I'm perfectly fine with just being the jailer.
Exactly. A researcher is a researcher, and a jailer is a jailer.
That's not very convincing, but okay, Recoleta.
Titles and code names often tell us more about people than their ordinary given names, don't you think? Take Soneto, for example.
Sonnet? I believe Sonnet, that's Soneto's real name.
Your name comes from sonnets, doesn't it? That great poetic form from Italy. Some people mistakenly think Shakespeare invented it. Some say it was Petrarca, though no one really knows when the first sonnet was written. Sorry, I'm straying from my point. You're Italian, aren't you, Soneto? Is that your real name or just a code name? Were your parents poets?
I0 Jack the Ripper. I kind of wish there would be, Can we keep the Jack the Ripper vibe? Even when he has his eye too? Speaking of which, do you think they would ever release a Jack the Ripper type character in this Rivers universe? Because there's plenty of similarity, but they could very well just, release a storyline somewhere in Britain, somewhere. Just have Jack the Ripper be some random guy that's been killing bad people. Let's just put it that way. That would be quite cool. Maybe he's actually an arcanist that's just fond of murder. Murdering bad people, that is. Something like the Punisher.
As much as I'd like to be able to answer your question, I never knew my parents. My earliest memories were of the School of Primary Defense of Mankind. I've lived there since I was a small child.
My apologies. That was thoughtless of me.
It's fine. You meant no ill intent, I'm sure. Timekeeper, if Miss Recoleta was right about Dr. Doris's whereabouts, perhaps the jailer is keeping things from us. Or perhaps Dr. Doris visited the Panopticon without her knowledge. Either way, we need to do some digging here.
I agree. Let's see if we can talk to some of the
that's a very
inmates
good
and find out
thing
what
to
they know.
say in front of the jailer, don't you think?
Ladies, we're about to enter the main hall of the Panopticon.
That is a long ass hallway. Yeah, I kind of wish there would be more epic looking characters. But up until now, the characters are all just okay. Mildly intimidating, I guess. The coolest one that I could think of right now was Lucy during her ultimate.
This is one of the places where the inmates spend their recreation time. At this hour, they are supposed to be in their cells. But what's all that noise? Miss Burton, could you keep an eye on Recoleta if anything happens?
Yeah, okay.
Certainly.
What do you take me for? I'm not going to run away. That'd be a pretty cheesy way to start a story.
Are you sure about that?
Just stay close to me.
Well, this. Darkness has no form. The apparition gaze seep into every crevice. Okay. Cutscene. Got a new. Can't be sure she's new just yet. Yeah, her outfit looks spooky. I'd assume that it would involve a lot of her goop, if you know what I mean. Her fluids. That sounded wrong. Moving on. Keep quiet, huh? I get it. This must be a sacred moment for you. Return to the darkness. The hell, are we blind or some shit?
La Sociedad de Poetas.
It is.
De
Doris.
las Americas?
So she can technically see it. It's not very clearly, I suppose. Are you still there? Pardon me. Have been met before. This is my first time in this prison, as far as I can recall. What a strange thing to say. Prison? When was the last time we heard someone say that? Back when the narrator was published. The narrator? You aren't some ancient ghost here in pursuit of realism, are you? I don't know. Somebody said that she looks, or rather feels ancient, so gonna put it past her. It's a theoretical flair in her voice. Rusty gates. Oh, who is this good looking dude? Bars for exchangeable letters, a peaceful and secluded place. Whatever that is. I don't know you. 3 of them are spaced just far enough apart to barely make out each other's face. Oh, so she is in a prison cell. What a wonderful example, Gracia. Exactly. It all depends on how you choose to see the world, my new friend. Garcia, Robeta. We don't have much time. This. It looks like a knocked off Enigma. This might be the most important gathering of the month, or maybe even the year. Do you ever think Enigma would become playable? I kinda wish he would. I know he's human, he's not an arcanist, but I do believe... What's his name again? Mr. Duncan is also human. And he is a playable character, so... The ideal situation. Ah yes, gotta reunite the lovebirds, I suppose. You know, maybe Enigma would be a dynamo type character, and then we could feel him together with Ulrich. Who knows? Just saying.
Pardon the interruption, but might I ask?
She's a blind woman. What? From the humid trade arenas of Sao Paulo. Sociedad. Someone must have had some data issues to call it that. Alright, man. It could be a legitimate word in Spanish, I don't know. But I was about to pronounce it as Sociedad. Oh, Miss Grace, what is she doing here? Good to see you, Miss Grace. It's beautiful as ever. Hopefully you're on our side. Hopefully you are the mall. Actually, look at her, ornament. That looks like a moth. Foreshadowing. Please be our little moth. Please. It's not too that's an ordinary inmate. You're our honored guest, Miss Erd.
I've come to learn the name of this land. Ushuaia.
They really just let her go free reign. Like, they really trust her that much? Or are they just extremely confident that they would not let her escape?
As we walked, I could feel her gaze upon me. Steady, yet never intrusive.
Maybe because she's on our side, right? One can go, right? Please. Inform the administrator of Kamala Prison for your identity in special circumstances. We will ensure your safety. Are you leaving so soon? Good luck and fair. No, don't go. I would like to see more screen time for Miss Grace. We'll meet again, I'm sure.
I sensed
Once
I had
everything is
been brought to a
revealed.
place most unusual. A building with a quiet peculiarity in the air.
Two attendants follow close behind with some form of liquid dripping from their faces. Classic manners vindicate grunts.
I suppose I must claim a little freedom for myself in this place.
What do you mean by that? Are you gonna riot? Take over the entire prison? Whoops, I forgot to turn on auto.
I'm sorry for your undue trouble, my diligent friends.
I'm a writer. I'm mostly write under the name Erd. I'm here for a short visit.
I'm here for a short visit, hoping to find
inspiration for
some
my next
inspiration for my next story.
Kindred Spirito. You're not playable in 2.5. At this point, what I do every time when I hope a character would be playable, I just hope that, it's not I just not hope for anything at all. I just, keep it down low, keep it deep within me. Think, yeah, maybe they won't release her, and then, nope, they released her. Maybe they would actually release her when we least expected it, so you do not actually try and expect anything. And they would release her, right? Right? I think I'm high on the copium right now. Schneider. It's been too long. I think I'm having Schneider withdrawal symptoms. Oh, what? Oh, the college just came back.
I didn't expect any of this from what we saw outside.
Ah, looks like a planetary. Did we got moved to Alcatraz?
Oh, excuse me for a moment. I have duties that I must attend to.
They don't seem intimidated by her at all.
Yeah. They just look like a bunch of artists having a chat in the garden. And the jailer seems to be like a grumpy neighbor coming over to ask them to keep it down.
Everyone, you know the rules. There are to be no after-hours gatherings here without the physician's approval.
You sound softer and softer each time you come to warn us. Why not just join us? Isn't it better than circling around the Panopticon all day? And look around you. We're in the Hall of New Encounters. What better place to host a salon?
You're missing out, Comala, if you don't even get a taste of our literature.
Exactly. Even those oil-dripping musicians drop by from time to time. Not that they're the kind to care about the beauty of words.
Oil-dripping musicians? Timekeeper, could they mean...
Yeah.
Quiet now, please. The Ediles Salon is about to start.
Why is this glitching?
These people seem friendly enough. Why don't we see what this is about?
The man. Ah, yes.
En desiertos, en estrellas, dentro de laberintos.
En aguas, en espejos, dentro de reflejos.
Idealist.
Soñamos sobre la almohada de paja de la muerte.
Aquí estamos, rendiendo homenaje a los fantasmas.
Para rendirlo todo otra vez.
My dear friends, we face a difficult truth. The movement of visceral realism still stumbles in the dark.
Why the hell does he sound so posh?
Our poems, our language, our minds are tangled by a stifling vine. A mundane, stale vision shared among all bourgeoisie.
Bourgeoisie.
We follow this vision blindly, clinging to the comfort brought by logic and conventional wisdom. And by it, we nip every branch of new art in the bud. Poems are perhaps too fragile an outgrowth to develop one's life upon. But here, we may light them like candles at our funerals. Let poetry become the bridge between us and the world.
clap. There's only one moon clap?
As we come back and forth over the boundaries of life and death,
Of
the
course,
old obstacles
Recoleta.
begin to take on a new look. With the eyes of poets, we may see behind them. You're a visceral realist. I can't be mistaken. You must be...
A lonely cowboy, finally home. What a wonder.
What a wonder.
You're in time. The salon has just begun. And La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas isn't like those salons that care more about who's invited than the art. All are welcome here.
A literary salon in a prison? Though, so far it seems to have more dancing than poems.
Did you understand what that man just said?
No,
I do not.
Sorry, Timekeeper. I need a moment to think it through.
Don't worry, Sonato. I would guess we're not the only ones who are confused here. Miss Jailer, is this that peculiarity about Kamala you mentioned earlier?
Enough, idealist. You're still an inmate here, and you are walking a very fine line right now.
Oh, I'm quite aware of where I am and what lines I tread. This is a prison. The safest place for poets in this part of the continent. One cannot be arrested twice, after all.
True. Yeah, can't argue with that.
But please, don't trouble yourself with our little farce. What harm could a few poets possibly do?
Senor Idealist, might I ask you something?
Hold on, Recoleta. All forms of communication with the inmates must conform to our regulations. We will need to record the conversation and submit it to higher authorities for review.
I have some questions for the gentleman as well, but we're more than willing to follow the rules. I think the person I'm looking for might have attended this literary salon, or at least talked to some of its members. I'd wager she's spoken to that gentleman. That is, if she has been here at all.
I see. Go ahead then. Just watch the time.
Are you Aleph?
Oh no.
Oh, another visitor looking for Olive.
So you know him?
Naturally, but I'm not obliged to speak of him to one who does not, stranger. And you, young lady in the hat, are you here for Olive as well? What a lively day this is.
No, I'm looking for a blind woman. Her name is Doris.
Ah, yes, I remember. Her writing was impeccable, like an exquisite crocodile skin handbag in a shop window. Elegant, yet condescending.
That's
Do you know where she is
certainly
now?
some analogy.
I'm not able to keep track of every inmate here, miss. Perhaps you should ask those who have seen everything from above. Through the glass, where the scrutinizing eyes of power look down on us.
Eyes?
That should have been the first thing that you do, right? I mean, look at prison guards. Those people at the top of the tower.
Have you taken your medicine today, idealist?
Is he a Mets?
I'm feeling marvelous. Today I require no help from them.
That's certainly someone that has not taken their meds would say. I mean, it's certainly something that's...
I've warned you.
What the
It's
hell am I
unwise
saying,
to
bro?
act against the physician's orders.
Act against him? No one may act against him here. The physician must have misunderstood us. I suspect he doesn't understand half of what we say. I'd like to know how he got his medical degree. Not by cracking open skulls, I should hope.
Maybe he will crack open your skull and see what's wrong with your head.
What a pity, jailer. You know, I've always believed you
At
had
least
the
that's
soul
what I
of a poet.
What I think
Just like
the
us.
jailer would, you know, say in retaliation. I don't know. I'm not the jailer.
We've already spoken enough rebellious thoughts outside of Komala. How else do you think we ended up in your nut house?
Also, it would be interesting if we get another, you know, animal-like Arcanus or playable character after Pickles, that is. Well, now that I think about it, there's Buddy, this squirrel, that we are going to get for free. Better yet.
We've been here far too
But we
long.
could use more.
Long
We could
after the
always use
junta was
more.
removed from office. After our home became a deserted wasteland in the aftermath of the Latin American boom.
What are you getting at?
That power is boring, meaningless. Nothing holds on to power forever. And the one true connection we have to life is poetry.
See, jailer? Even an outsider understands our ideas better than you. It's time to open your eyes to reality. La Sociedad is the only way for us to feel truly alive in here, beneath the gaze of those prying, ever-vigilant eyes.
Idealist, last warning. Stop this now.
Interesting.
Fine, fine. All right, compañeros. Sadly, the salon must come to an end, as our jailer insists.
Boo! Boo!
Dear friends, I do not mean to abuse the power of suspense. I sincerely invite you to come with me to the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Perhaps you'll find the person you look for there.
We'd love to. Only if that's okay with you, Miss Jailer.
I suppose that's all right. You're already here. We can call it part of your tour, but please, ladies, take none of their rumblings seriously.
Thank you, jailer. Please, follow me.
Why are you fighting?
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
Never mind, we are fighting Signpost.
Wait, this isn't the way to the gallery.
It isn't the usual way. It's a shortcut. We call it the Reptilian Complex and Primal Hunger route. Much faster than the limbic system and postmodern anxiety route, let me tell you.
But this passageway has long been abandoned, and entry is prohibited. It's extremely dangerous too.
Relax, jailer. No one, not even you, knows this prison better than I.
How long have you been here?
But, Timekeeper, I think we've just gone in a circle.
we're supposed to select one?
Perfectly understood.
What the fuck? All of them at once.
Please lend me your power.
Please stay behind me.
Please, allow me.
Awaken.
Oh, yeah.
You won't get away. My responsibility.
I still have no idea what's going on.
Shall I, Master? Sweet dreams.
Maybe I should save that for, I don't know, later.
Please lend me your power. Oh look, here's another one. This taunt should do. We stand together.
What the hell am I doing? Why are all the enemies signposts?
Please stay behind me. Please be careful. My responsibility.
Is that supposed to be like a, I don't know, a gimmick to this? Like, that wasn't so hard.
Let's take a step. If you want to make a sudden explosion, lucky for us, we don't... It's not about as we... And here are our new Columbuses. Carmen and Carlos. Carmen, Carlos. Then, but we mustn't forget the writers themselves. And of course, Mario and Gabo, key players in this literary revolution, will forever be etched in the annals. They corresponded regularly. It was. But no matter with the milk,
Yeah. Yep. Enter the darkness. Another Doris POV, I suppose. Yo! Typical quiet man would douse the argument like a cold splash of water, sending the group into a rare moment of calm. Oh, damn. Yo, Doris is typing on a typewriter. Dude, like, I kinda envy those people who could type with their eyes closed. Like, I used to know someone that could type without looking at their keyboard to make sure what the thing that they're typing was, you know, what they are actually typing. Oh, that's the keyboard. I mean, the keyboard and the screen. They could just look away from the keyboard and the screen and type whatever they are typing. It's really cool. Yeah, for me, I can't exactly do that. I mean, I can, but if my hand position was slightly off, then I would be typing a whole other language. Just put it that way. I only roughly know the positions of each letters on the keyboard, but not their exact position, unlike someone that I used to know. They really do not have to look, like at all. They could just start typing in a heartbeat.
Mr. Idealist entrusted me with hosting the literature salon.
But they are. So, all of them have these medallions. Does this mean this is the symbol of the social dad? I hope I don't butcher that pronunciation, please. Any Spanish-speaking people out there? I mean no offense, really. But
Fiction's duality in reflecting reality and the self.
And then someone just farted. What tragedy!
Like-minded fellows, aspiring writers.
Octavia versus the Idealist. I would assume that Octavia is no longer here anymore. So, which is why we can never see them.
Literature's been shoved aside in the world of art. What is left for us to do?
And families are torn apart, and our nations are ravaged by tyranny.
Let stories be our weapon. They should be the sword that cuts through the bloody truth. The beacon that lights our way forward.
You know, I think I would sleep really well listening to their preachings. Like, I was never really one for lectures, or talks, or, I don't know, presentations. I would just, I would just sleep through everything. Spent the whole month preparing for the topic the Idealist previously proposed, so the Idealist, is already here since then. Oh wait, this is probably just like 3 days ago, so it's extremely fresh. What the hell am I talking about? Forgive me for interrupting, but this isn't a topic we agreed on. Everything you said, we just can't do that. We haven't even figured out things for ourselves yet. It's an interesting topic. But perhaps we can try to talk about it at another time. Don't forget the reason you're here in the first place, for preaching that the novel is a weapon. Yeah. Have you seen John Wick? He killed someone with a book. Just saying.
Hey!
What the hell was that? I did not expect a jump scare. In this game, no less. A couple of bit missed me Subtiga's point. Just a grave digger. That is, I don't know. Not a very good analogy. I'm just saying, you know. Thinking of the rotting flesh and social realism from the graves about time. The vast crucible is worthy to be the host of the literature. Clap, clap.
I'm a writer, and I mostly write under the name Erd.
Erd? Have you written for Atu? Are you the Erd in Atu?
This is the first time I heard... Alright, maybe not the first time. Or more like this is more like a reminder that UTTU is pronounced Atu. Like, why is it not just Utu? Or maybe it's Utu and it's just because they're Spanish. Why are they so extra? Or maybe we are extra. What am I saying? Moving on.
It's an important part of my visit to hear all the ideas and opinions, if you'll pardon my intrusion.
Political in this climate? Pretentious. I would never conform to any ideology.
In these restless times, literature has been overlooked, much like Ushuaia.
Topic has already shifted. Where the hell is Ushuaia? Argentina. Huh. I suppose that's why everybody was speaking Spanish.
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe.
It's funny how the entirety of the South America climate, it is like everybody there speaks Spanish, except for one, Brazil.
Please stay behind me.
Yeah, what the hell?
Perfectly understood.
Xiangming, please lend me your power.
Oh look, here's another one.
I don't think this matters at all, so what's the fastest way to end this?
Please stay behind me. Xiangming, please lend
Do
me
you
your
have a
power.
little faith in me, Master? You are not welcome here.
Awaken. My responsibility.
And I killed all of them. Yay!
Please stay behind me.
Shall I, Master?
What am I doing? I don't know.
Xiangming, please stay behind me.
Shall I, Master?
You won't get away.
Oh well.
强梁既出，王有不为。
Sweet dreams. This crunch should do.
小苗 please let me.
We're not afraid of you.
Awaken.
Alright, they're indoors now. Shadows of the Living.
La investigadora se despierta
Oh
en su
no,
cueva en la
not this
luna,
again.
que le parecía tan vacía como una tumba.
Ah,
Era poco
Maria.
antes del amanecer.
Montones de cintas habían ocupado su espacio vital, apilándose una y otra vez. Cada uno de estos carretes giratorios hablaba de historias sobre esa cabaña con techo azul.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this on while I
Oyó la voz del
Chill.
asesinado conductor de burros detrás de ella.
and have
Oigo a
myself a
todos
drink.
ellos. Las risas y las voces de generaciones pasadas, como hojas secas atrapadas en las grietas de viejas paredes, crujiendo solo cuando el viento sopla otra vez. No pondría un pie en esa casa si fuera tú. El mendigo al lado de la puerta también habló. Duermo en el porche cada noche. Cada mañana una luz tenue brilla a través de la ventana, pero nadie sale nunca por esa puerta. Y nadie ha entrado nunca. Luego la voz del empleado del
I don't
banco.
believe we are gonna
Es la historia del
be here
alter ego.
for a while, so
Esa
I'm
casa
gonna go
debe
grab
haber
a snack.
estado llena de deudas que
be
nadie
right back.
reclamaría. La anciana enferma, luchando en su cama, susurró. La casa recuerda esos días, cuando la gente desaparecía en la oscuridad de la noche. Y los niños eran robados por las tormentas. La investigadora de paracausalidad había oído suficiente y volvió a dormirse. Solo quedaba el traqueteo del dado de Babilonia, resonando en su cueva vacía.
I've always wanted to use the element of fantasy to better establish our theme. And I was right. Now the stage is captivating, the timing is perfect, and the audience is ideally placed. Only one imperfect element remains in the scene. The creator, who hasn't stepped away from his creation. No. There's another thing.
Can you even tell any difference between today's setup and yesterday's?
Seriously, Roberta? That's a rude question.
Well, what's the difference then?
I can't see one either, but you should never judge art by how much it changes in a day. It's a creative process. We might be standing at the edge of the world, but art has no boundaries. We have to show him our support.
Easy for you to say. He's been tinkering and tweaking for over 3 months. Even if the idealist himself entrusted him with this exhibition, he can still be wrong sometimes. This gallery is turning into a dump.
Okay. I missed nothing.
Estoy viendo fantasmas, todos con las mismas caras, García. Demasiados. Es fácil perderse.
Idealist, you're back. Are these new recruits for La Sociedad? You must have had a very successful day.
It is good to see you, Garcia. How has your vision progressed today?
First a salon, and now an art gallery. Is this really a prison?
Wow.
As you can see, I've strived to push the element of fantasy in my work so that it might reach perfection. But why doesn't it look like what I imagine? It's like I'm trying to work on a shadow. Some shapeless thing that morphs and shifts by the hour. Idealist, am I losing it again? I took my medicine as instructed.
It was never the pills that blinded you, my dear Garcia. You mustn't let tedious routine stifle what's truly alive. Remember, like those old poems, your exhibition must have a timeless rhythm that's never lost to the changing of minds.
Sorry, maybe I'm just not getting it.
Look out. There's your answer. Though the sun rises the same way every day, the multitudes of shadows it casts are ever changing. Isn't that the only constant in life? Change. We foolishly pursue stability and constancy, but our very world denies it. Take a step back. Take several.
I get it now. It's the changing light that makes the exhibit seem different from what I expected. I shouldn't waste my time on freezing things in one perfect moment. Instead, I need to embrace change as it comes. I don't know how to thank you. I won't let you down. I must complete this exhibition. complete my alter ego.
Alter ego. That's been a hot minute since I heard that term.
Did you say alter ego?
This triggered my, FGO day.
And he called you Garcia. Is that your name? Garcia, where did you learn about this alter ego? Do you happen to write under the name...
Hush!
Please, Recoleta, give our artist some space. Can't you see? He's already returned to his own time and space. He can't hear a thing you say.
He's right. Garcia is deep in his own head now. He won't hear a thing until he's done with whatever he has to do. Even if the floor were to collapse out under us, I think he will be left standing in the air without even noticing.
Pardon me then.
All right, my dear guests. Please forgive my late introduction. Welcome to the Gallery of Bewilderment.
Thank you for inviting me here, Mr. Idealist.
I imagine you're curious about what we do here, in the heart of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas.
This just looks like any other prison cell. What's so special about this?
We're putting together a magazine, a collection of poems from Kamala, our very own Casa de las Americas.
¿Casa de las Américas?
Exactly. Named after its great predecessor. You're a fine mind indeed. At this very moment, all our compañeros are working on it. Garcia's exhibition, Alter Ego, is centered around the birth of this magazine. And here, you can see the signatures from all the poets involved, along with a few words. Reading it is like looking into the soul of our society.
All these signatures. Timekeeper, here! It's Dr. Doris' pseudonym, Erd.
Then she was here.
Precisely. She used to be one of us, and still is, if I may correct myself. You can ask around here. Maybe some of our members know where she went. Don't we all miss the familiar faces of old friends? I'm sure they'll do everything they can to help you find yours.
She's been with you guys for like 3 whole... I don't know, 3 whole days or even less. And she's an old friend already? Dang. I wish I could call a 3-day-old friend an old friend.
Mr. Idealist, I finished my short story. It's called Weightlessness. It drifts around the subject like a sheep floating in space. The readers can start anywhere in the story, or read it in any order they like.
And please take a look at my piece Off Limits! Every word that has been forbidden is either erased or replaced with symbols. It's a one-of-a-kind, jarring experience.
And I finished a new paragraph. Just wrote it today. Oh, new faces. Welcome.
What the? Oh.
Idealist, did he just...
This is the writer for the prologue of our magazine. The prologue consists of a 2,000-line poem and an introduction that is written in 86 languages to avoid misinterpretation. It represents every second we spend here. Naturally, the arrival of new members disrupts its structure, And so we must begin again from scratch.
What the hell?
So he just tore it all up like that because he thought we were joining? With all due respect, isn't this a little excessive? Heaven knows I'm not one to judge. I've torn up plenty of writing for my novel.
Please, pay it no mind. It may not be an easy task, but he's doing his part. Destruction is hard, but more necessary than you think. Without it, we'd all be stuck in a still and stagnant pond, with all the smells that entail.
This all sounds very complicated. When will
Is
your
that
magazine be
Bren?
finished then?
I have no idea what's going on.
Forgive me, but I'm not sure what a floating sheet, a jarring reading experience, and all this constant rewriting are meant to express.
As I've said, Komala is unlike any other prison.
Miss Jailer, do you mean...
This place also serves as a research center. And the prisoners here, for all they claim, are not just poets. They are arcanist criminals, and each one of them has been diagnosed as mentally ill.
Bruh.
You're quite right, Jailer. But let's not forget that mental illness is merely a deviation from the norm. And who decides the norm? You, the physician, or the ones outside these walls? We've been exiled here by the standards of our time, deprived of our roles in the outside world. So please, as we agreed before, I ask you not to interfere with the affairs of La Sociedad.
These people are visitors, not your new recruits.
But should we not hear their thoughts first? My friends, no one escapes the eye of power. We must resist. Stand with us. Pick up your pen and take poetry as your shield before it is too late.
Before it's too late.
Idealist, I admire your fight, but I came here with a different goal.
Alright.
We are the last true owners of an old legend, words now only remembered as myth. We must stay on the path of literature until I find that transcendental solution. To invent an idiom that is generic, all-encompassing, yet precise. My poem will be written in this language, leaving no room for doubt or misinterpretation. How blessed is a man with infallible memory. He holds the finer details of each object within him, more vivid than anyone else. In the end... Sweet tongue, sister, howls, hermaphrodite, tango. They put the whole city in the nut house.
Timekeeper, look over there.
Isn't that the prologue writer?
There's something off about him. Please, Timekeeper, stay away from him.
What's happening?
Oh, something out of here.
Idealist, Pablo's having another episode.
Oh, an episode? Shit.
Multiples of us. You make reality sick.
I could use your help, ladies.
All right.
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first? En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Yo, cinema.
Perfectly understood. Oh look, here's another one.
Please stay behind me.
Jungle, please let me have your faith in me, master.
Awaken.
You won't get away.
Oh, wow.
Stop!
Just a teensy tiny bit of health left. And you wouldn't die.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Yada 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 yada
Please
yada
stay
yada
with
yada.
Please let me your power.
Duelos de fantasía. Patrones ocultos.
Finally, it's just you and me, Master.
Poor soul. I'll bring him to bed.
Is
We're done,
Roberta
ladies.
the only
Aren't you full of
sane
surprises?
person? But the jailer mentioned that everyone here is mentally ill, so, I don't know.
What was all that?
It seems he had a mental breakdown and lost control of his arcane skill. It appears that every line he recited...
Usually, only specific lines can channel arcane energy. You can't just force the power into words or craft a poem to serve your purpose. Pablo must have a rare gift for identifying empowered lines. When he recited them all aloud, they overwhelmed him.
Okay.
That's right. He's a genius who writes the tides of emotion, just like Arthur Rimbaud. We always keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't recite anything while reading or writing.
Damn.
But sometimes things slip through.
You must understand how difficult it is for a poet to never taste the words on his own lips.
So then, this isn't the first time, and you're all fully aware of it. Do I understand you right? Did you just admit that you've been hiding an inmate with a dangerous condition from us? According to the safety regulations for the Panopticon of Kamala, he must be sent to the physician for immediate treatment.
No, wait, we can explain. He's doing fine. We know how to help him. This was just an accident. We got distracted by the...
We won't be handing him over to the physician. No true writer would allow their mind, the most sacred palace of their thoughts, to be opened up to that cold-hearted, ignorant butcher.
I have the sneaking suspicion
Even
that
one
the
who believes
physician
their inspiration
is...
flows from a source beyond the mere substance of a brain would refuse it.
Evidence documentation of a blind society. A cold town at the tip of Argentina's southernmost territory. Actually, enter the darkness.
Fate. Yes. It looms over us, yet each of us may hold the power to steer its course.
By the way, she has that, the hairstyle of doom. If you catch my drift. Is she gone? That would be funny if she's gone. Whether it a personal experience or written tale, let's bring some life to this salon. Mexican border. Screech. Okay. Another Julio.
I didn't know you've written to Aleph too.
Aleph? Yeah. Narrative perspective. Repetitive narrative is indeed an important topic in literary criticism.
Aleph.
Biography. What are you going to write a biography about that person? And the man. Reality and unreality. All these deep talk is making me hungry. Let me put it on auto. It's not on auto yet. Got down these bad boys.
I'm truly flattered by your invitation. I'd be delighted to join the Poetry Society. But might I trouble you with one question, Mr. Idealist?
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first? Perfectly understood. This crunch should do. Is that a pot of liquor amidst the flowers? Please, allow me. You are not welcome here. You, noble or common? Colorful clouds, the sign of the Xiangri.
Warning, warning, the puppy is fleeing the scene.
delirium.
This is a serious violation of the rules. I'll have to report this to the physician, and all of your treatments will need to be reassessed. Until a new treatment plan is in place, all members of La Sociedad are confined to their cells without any of their usual privileges.
Aww.
This is not what we agreed to.
You gave us your word! Affairs within La Sociedad were not to be disturbed!
Please, don't do this. Please, he doesn't deserve this. No one does. We don't want to lose our friend.
Please, Senora. I swear it won't happen again. I'll take the medicine on time as instructed. I promise I won't hurt anyone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pablo, but rules are rules.
Before you take this poor man from his friends, may I ask you something? Do you know where these inmates go after they see the physician?
My duty is to keep order here. What happens beyond these walls is not my concern. Perhaps they've recovered from the physician's treatment and were returned to society.
Perhaps not. Why are you so idealistic?
Within these walls, the only truth we know is this. No one returns from the clinic of the physician of Kamala. Are you certain this treatment they received is really a cure?
Pablo is harmless. He's just a writer who has a talent for finding words in poems. That's all. Please, let him stay. We'll look after him. He can have our share of the...
But this doesn't conform to our regulations.
Oh, she's right. She's wavering.
Still as arrogant as ever, idealist.
See, she's still alive.
One day, you'll get us all killed.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you here.
Who is that?
That's Octavia, one of our model inmates. She's been a great help in the past. If you're interested in prison literature, I'd suggest talking to her instead of the idealist.
So, she's a writer too?
Who would have thought? This place has got writers coming out of the woodwork. I thought it would be easy to find my writer friend in a prison. But what are the odds that I'd break into a place absolutely lousy with them?
She used to be in their gatherings, until she got tired of their nonsense and started her own faction.
Idealist clicked his tongue.
What are you doing here, Octavia? Haven't you heard? The era of chieftains, ghosts, and plantation stories is over. Visceral realism is the future.
And has this brilliant visceral realism helped you finish any of these poems? What a waste of time. I'm not interested in your movement or arguing with you. I just walked by and happened to witness another episode of your brutal arrogance. And I'm not about to just stand aside and watch you repeat your mistakes. I'm taking Pablo to the physician. Care to lend a hand, Miss Jailer?
We agreed to mind our own business. Are you breaking our agreement? No one will be allowed to erase a word from our poems.
Yeah. We are fighting both of them.
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe.
Haven't you let your ego cause enough trouble, idealist?
Better that than siding with the devil like you.
Enough. This pointless arguing ends now.
should do?
The puppy.
Is that a fairy in the liquor? You are not welcome here. The feast of all feasts. You'll tear the rice paste. Stay away from me. You. Noble or common? Everything went smoothly. Shall we have another round?
Easy clap.
Stand down, both of you.
Wait, were they actually fighting?
You've never listened. I pity your followers. To be led by such a reckless megalomaniac. Do you even think about the consequences of your actions?
I kind of feel for the jailer. You know, she was like, yes, finally, someone with sense. And they just started fighting each other. It's just making it more trouble for the jailer.
We fought hard to earn the freedom to discuss literature under their watch. Your impulsive ego threatens to destroy everything we've built here.
Spare me the lecture, Octavia. We don't need permission to do as we please. You're just another puppet of power, kneeling to the eyes behind those glass walls. They've trained you to believe it was your own decision, to be good and conform. Who could have done a better job? When I look at you, all I see is a sheep, docile and obedient, just the way the tower wants. What kind of work could someone like you create? Literature isn't defended by those lounging in cozy rooms, scribbling to soothing music.
We're out of spitting bars. Oh, dang.
Have you looked in a mirror, idealist? You've become a pathetic windmill-tilting fool, a monster tearing down everything around you.
She sounds like an ex who couldn't let go. Ooh, the tension between them. Ooh, interesting.
A beast of prey, you mean? Naturally, a sheep would be appalled by the mere thought of such a creature. A fearful sheep caught in a vine, confusing the blade that would set it free with the jaws of a lion.
Such a master of metaphor. But I beg you, learn to distinguish right from wrong, fantasy from reality. Only then can you truly lead our people toward what's right.
Distinguish right from wrong? Don't make me laugh. Is that the limit of your vision?
You...
Avengers!
Compañeros, friends, listen to me. There is no truer home to literature than a prison.
Oh. That escalated quickly.
No! No!
Who did this? Hands behind your head and drop to your knees. All of you, now! This is your last warning.
Idealist, you're bleeding. It's in your chest.
You must.
Yes. Idealist?
What's going on?
Oh.
Was he shot? Where did the bullet come from? Miss Jailer and you ladies over there, come give me a hand. We need to get him to the physician.
Told you she loves her. Okay.
Did you do this, Octavia? You couldn't face the burning truth of his words, so you pierced his very heart instead, just as it was blazing with the fire of justice. Or was it you, Jailer? Did you intend to crush the voice of poetry beneath your wheel of power? It has to be one of you devils in disguise, beasts in human skin.
The irony of that.
Can't you see? I had nothing to do with this. I've been trying to keep order here, to protect everyone. And now you blame me?
Don't listen to her! The idealist made it very clear! She's trying to get us punished for her own gain! You're a murderer, Octavia!
This is mad. You're accusing me without proof. It wasn't me.
This is getting out of hand. I suggest you ladies leave now.
No, wait! It all happened too fast. What happened to the idealist? Is he alright? I didn't even get a chance to ask about Aleph.
I agree with the jailer. Timekeeper, Miss Recoleta, let's get out of here.
Well, that was, I guess that's why you... Yeah. Somebody died, Recoleta. Somebody died. Plenty of other chances to find out who or where Allah is.
His vitals are gone. At last, some peace and quiet.
Oh.
Well, for a liar and a thief like him, there's hardly a better end than this.
Damn, it's actually the die. So he is part of the management dictate.
Just as I thought. You had it all along.
Just as I thought. I kind of like his voice. I'm not gonna lie. Haha. Only I could get everyone. Up to this point, I participated first on several sessions of La Sociedad. Whatever. I'm not Spanish. I'm not Mexican. I don't have Spaniola. What happened to Mr. Julio? Or Julio? The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo. Yeah. Paradoxica. Not enough. Permanently silent object. Any form of nourishment. Real time.
What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Julio's hurting himself?
What do you see?
It's Mr. Julio.
What the hell? What is he on about? Brother is actually mentally ill. He's actually mental. Please take a closer look and describe what you see clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Julio's condition?
Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure. Perhaps I could offer some help.
Epileptic seizure. It is actually medical instead. It's actually medical in nature.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him.
I think I could worsen an epileptic seizure.
You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in Sao Paulo?
She's a doctor, Octavia. A fucking doctor.
You're well prepared for your vision and ambition, for modesty is such an essential part of writing, and you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection.
Introspection.
Thank you for your kind words.
Cell. What's good is that magnificent.
It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain.
He's the overseer of this prison.
Why? Puzzles on top of puzzles. Questions after... I can't do this anymore.
Because Aleph is also one of you, maybe. He could very well be not a doctor, or rather a different kind of doctor. extremely different kind. We are only at number 7. Holy shit. How long is this gonna take? I don't know. Let's just say it's gonna be a long night. Damn.
The puppy wishes to come along.
Oh, really? You guys out immediately? Hysteria. Yo. Oh, that means I could do this. Could go this.
Oh look, here's another one.
Into this.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
This.
Is that a fairy in the liquor? You are not welcome here. Stay away from me. Stay away from me.
Uh-oh.
I said go away. The feast of all feasts.
Why am I able to cast? Even while I'm dazed? That's so weird. Also, what the hell?
Stay behind me. I'll keep
Yeah,
us safe.
alright. So I need to
Oh look, here's another one.
This would trigger hers first, and then his, and I need to hit her.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
So that this dispels and go with
Is that a fairy in the liquor? You are not welcome here.
Oh wait,
That's naughty.
I shouldn't use this because they would use their ultimate.
Stay away from me. Oh, be careful.
Okay, right, I totally forgot about this.
Harmony is precious.
She would always follow up on him, so yeah.
Oh look, here's another one.
Okay, this is the time where follow-up attacks are a bit of a miss, right? Okay, so if I hit you, you would retaliate. And if I hit you, you would fire this first.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Is that a fairy in the liquor? Oh, be careful. You'll tear the rice. You are not welcome here. My shells. Stay away from me. colorful clouds. The sign of the Xiangray.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe.
That makes sense.
Enough!
That actually makes sense.
Oh look, here's another one. Is that a fairy in the liquor? Enjoy! You are not welcome here.
And she did.
Warning, warning. The puppy is...
That actually makes sense. Just let her know. Just thought I could finish it within 2 rounds. Oh well. Too bad. Have to do it in 3. Gotta make do with 3. Spider's web. Ooh, and this liminal space
Ladies,
again.
I must apologize. We were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale.
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train. And the roads are icy at night.
Psst. Verdun, we can't leave like this.
We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer. But we still have some unfinished business here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you. We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
They actually found us a spare room.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others.
Don't worry. This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars.
That's not very reassuring, Verdun.
At least this time we're just here for the night. Not a full sentence.
Though, this cell is quite different from the ones we've been in before.
Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike, and the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the rest of the world has—
But we're still in an Arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are Miss Recoleta. With all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses. We'd be overlooking the risks, as we did earlier.
And with all due respect, Soneto, we didn't overlook any danger. At least I didn't. A writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing.
But you—
We came here with different goals. And still, none of them have been accomplished. I suggest we focus on our respective missions, instead of fighting with one another.
Apologies, Timekeeper. Miss Recoleta?
Don't apologize, Soneto. I'm at fault too. Sometimes I forget that words can be as sharp as swords. I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd—
That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today to last a lifetime.
Can't stand some compliments, can you?
Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to
The jailer told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down. She found nothing. No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the idealist.
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for ghost stories.
Do you mean that maybe the idealist somehow managed to get out of there, or perhaps someone else helped him?
Well, according to the idealist and our jailer, it's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about.
You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now. I'm relieved.
To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud.
Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that. I mean, the writers would... You believe he's still alive too?
There's nothing that we can be certain of for now. But on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Sonetta. We found Dr. Dorres' signature in the gallery. You were right all along, Recoleta. She was here.
It was here.
But we didn't see
somewhere.
her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her? Like with the idealist?
Who knows?
Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back?
This is all just speculation. If we want to find the idealist, or Dr. Dorres,
then we have to find a physician.
we need to speak to this physician first. Miss
There we go.
Recoleta, do you believe that the idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
Ever thought of the physician being Aleph? Ever thought of that?
Amigas, I've had this strange feeling in my gut since we got here. Something is slowing us down. Now, to figure out what it is... Look, it's a wild guess, but it feels like everything happening in this prison is somehow...
We're no strangers to wild guesses. And sometimes they're closer to the truth than
the rise and fall of sanity.
Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
What kind of story?
Huh. Nunca it starts... Sorry, it's been a while since I told it from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. You know what? Most people say the beginning's a bit hard to get into, except for Aleph. But if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
Please.
Bruh.
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las cintas. El patrón
Rata,
general
she
parecía
just
haber
started
cambiado.
speaking in
Al principio, la
Spanish.
investigadora de paracausalidad lo atribuyó a un error estadístico. Un fallo, tal
I'm
vez.
not sure.
Sorry.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the proficiency of sonnetos and Verdon's Spanish, but I certainly couldn't understand Spanish. So English, please.
But after a few days and long nights of meticulous calculations,
Is
that
she
explanation
translating
only
on the
became less and
fly?
less plausible.
That's actually kind of
The odds of
impressive.
success and failure kept shifting, and the chance of repeating the previous result kept growing. She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing. Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly of an old tale.
Blind Weaver. Now, what does that remind me of? Oh, right, Doris. Did you take inspiration from her?
I heard a strange rustling at dawn, like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed, and the second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the fields sank. By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth. The fourth time the die rolled, 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk, and 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived. final roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
Is that all?
Seems like it.
Well, there's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet. Any thoughts? Anything. I can take it. Please,
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this Die of Babylon in the end.
Oh, Verton, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor.
Oh, I see. I must have missed that.
The story is still too obscure, isn't it? Aleph warned me about this. In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the Blind Weaver to shed light on the hidden theme. It helped at first, but even with a sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward. Feel stuck in that village with them, lost, dazed, isolated inside their small, disconnected moments. Something crucial is missing. Leaving gaps. Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely?
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon.
It's a strange feeling. Like, everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only, I can't remember it.
What's this, premonition?
Do you mean that you have a sense of deja vu?
Deja vu?
It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakania told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain. Like a little glitch in our heads.
Kakania mentioned.
No, it's nothing like deja vu.
Deja vu?
Deja vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern, like the grooves on a record, telling a story I feel I've listened to before. Amalfitano and Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too.
Rose actually writing the story of this current... I mean, don't think I could call this an event. I suppose I would just call it the current patch.
I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Verton. At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. But then I realized, the doctor, your Dores, she's like the Blind Weaver who lost her sight to the die despite having always been faithful to it. And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past. And the idealist, he's the murdered donkey driver. And the die of Babylon... Mis queridos amigos ficticios.
Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here, that sounds unbelievable?
Maybe you're onto something.
But then again, maybe you're onto something.
I'd say you're giving it too much credit, but, you know, credit's where it's credit's due. This is a game. Anything can happen. Clever Jens is a thing.
You see the world through a different lens that none of us share.
Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story. Aleph. He's the only one who truly understood my story. Maybe Aleph is in fact still here.
Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the Panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story? That they've set the rules, started the poetry group, planned the attack on the Idealist, and tried to prevent us from finding Dr. Dores? If that's true, Miss Recoleta, it's very likely that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
But No. How could that be possible? Why? Why would he do this? I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer.
Not a common killer? Boy, you'd be surprised.
No, none of this adds up.
Oh, it will all add up once you meet Ala. Just saying.
Remember, Dr. Doris was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels. And we know they're connected to Manus Vindicte. If this Aleph really is hiding Doris from us, he may be working with them.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for
Okay,
stories.
yes.
Maybe you should join us and become a... I think you're only imagining things. Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison?
Look at how awkward it is.
Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories. Come out now. Whoever's out there, how can we help you?
Who's there?
Oh. Stronger, 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 stronger. Okay, we're gonna just do this.
Which
This
of
will
these
be faster.
darlings shall we attend to first?
Them again.
Oh look, here's another one. Perfectly understood. A pot of liquor amidst the flowers. Please, allow me. Colorful clouds. The sign of the Shangri.
Okay, never mind. It's just Octavia.
This conch should do. Is that a fairy? A pot of liquor amidst the flowers. Oh, be careful. Everything went smoothly. Shall we have another round?
They covered the eyes. What the...
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe. This conch. A pot of liquor amidst the flowers. Do have a little faith in me, master. You are not welcome here. The feast of all feasts. Enough! Give them a warm welcome.
Here comes the police.
Oh look, here's another. Is that a fairy in the liquor? We're not afraid of you.
And they're dead. It's Octavia, right?
Easy, easy. It's me, Garcia. We met at the gallery earlier.
That was Garcia.
Please, I come in peace.
It's you, Octavia! The murder...
Please, calm yourself, Miss Recollet. The jailer has already confirmed that she wasn't the one to fire at the ID list. The shot came from somewhere else in the room.
Prejudice. Ah. Absurd.
Miss Octavia, what brings you here at this hour?
I come here out of goodwill. Believe me, I understand you just arrived today. There's something you need to know about the inmates here.
Okay.
We're outcasts, rejected by society and literature, and our privileges are limited within these walls. If we cooperate and stay out of trouble, they'd leave us be. We could discuss literature freely and openly in Comala. Such a thing may seem trivial to you, but this is of immense importance to us.
Oh, there's no happier thing in this world than discussing literature. No one should ever put limits on it.
You're right, Recoleta. But we're prisoners here. There are certain rules we have to follow.
And what would that be?
Except, the idealist didn't see it our way. He refused to compromise, believing that the long poem and his...
Perhaps he was right. You might have achieved more if you'd listened to him. After all, visceral realism keeps us connected to who we are. You have to believe in the truth of visceral realism, because out there, beyond these walls, many of us still do.
I have no idea what visceral realism means.
And what has it changed? Garcia, you're the latest inmate here. Tell us, what has the visceral realism movement accomplished out there?
At first, it was revolutionary. Young poets joined in droves. I was just a kid when the leading poets left the city. Everyone thought it was only temporary. No one says it. But we all know. Visceral realism.
No, not for me. It's not dead as long as people still believe in it. I believe in it.
Belief, faith, what is this obsession with the true self? Why does your type always insist on there being a true self hiding beneath our roles in society? Our disciplines?
What are you even talking about?
Look at the idealist. He never once stopped fighting for what he believed in, even long after he was put behind these bars.
Idealist, what a name he gave himself. Who will he be when he finally breaks free from the eyes of the central tower? When he's left without his willful audience? And that is a truth even he is terrified of.
Miss Octavia, I hope you've come with something more important to share than just some criticism of the idealist.
You're right. I have an important message for you. Dr. Torres, I heard you were looking for her. The woman from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence. She used to write under the name Erd, didn't she?
Yes, that's right. Do you know her? You're the first person I've met here to speak plainly about her. Do you know where she might be?
We crossed paths, but only briefly. I'm not sure where she's gone. Maybe the authorities know. However, she left this with me. I think you'll need it. We have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to your business.
The physician told me the horrifying truth about the panopticon of Kamala and the power behind it. By becoming the panopticon's sole patron, they seized control of the resources and the allocation system, turning this place into a living hell. I suspect that I discovered that the inmates were put through brutal training, even when they were too sick to carry out their tasks. They also forced pure-blood Arcanist inmates to wear their masks, effectively turning them into murmuring puppets.
Just as we suspected. Manus Vindictae is orchestrating everything. No wonder we didn't find them in the city. They've been hiding here all along.
No one would have thought to come looking for them here.
Damn.
But why would Miss Octavia bring this to us? What's in it for her? Do you think she's trying to mislead us, Timekeeper?
Maybe. But the handwriting in that notebook is most certainly Erd's. If she's leading us astray on purpose, why? Miss Recoleta, what do you think?
Not a chance. Haven't you seen how she denies everything beautiful in the world? Aleph would never be so biased. No. Aleph is like a mirror. He reflects both light and shadow. But, Octavia, maybe she hasn't looked at the shadow within for a long time. I know that look on her face. It's the look of a writer.
Well.
I've seen so many like her during my trip. The faces of a lost, struggling generation.
Dr. Merlin, I'm here to report on today's events.
Merlin?
Come in.
There was a commotion in the gallery today, sir. An inmate known as the Idealist was severely injured. The inmates nearby said he lost consciousness from blood loss. However, after we put everyone back in their cell, the Idealist was gone. I made a sweep of the grounds, but there was no trace of him. It's possible that he regained consciousness and went into hiding. I'll perform a full search tomorrow.
No need.
Magician. He's called Merlin.
Sir?
He knew the consequences of breaking the rules, did he not?
Sir, with all due respect, I think today's incident proved just how dangerous it is to let the inmates keep their weapons. We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons. Even if we had to, we should have doubled the guards. We can't expect them to follow their own...
Such matters fall beyond your purview, jailer. You only need to do what's required of your title. Is there anything else?
There is another thing. 2 guests from the Foundation came through today. They said they were looking for someone named Doris. They've shown a willingness to cooperate, though they were involved with the incident in Corridor Zero. Sir, there is one. I told Miss Octavia we're short on rations, and she's adjusted the inmates' portions accordingly, but that won't last long. Manus Vindicti stopped providing supplies back in March, and Sino has collected all the prisoners they had previously placed in her custody. I just wonder why they have so suddenly withdrawn from Ushuaia and brought all the prisoners with them.
So that means, they left already. So Doris is no longer here.
I also noticed that we haven't received any orders from the government since Warden Tartuffe was transferred. In fact, we haven't had any communication with them at all. Sir, in frank terms, we're facing down a serious shortage of medicine, food, and basic supplies. At this rate, the Panopticon will soon be unable to operate. Where will our inmates go then? Can we ask the Foundation for help? They've sent their people here. Maybe I could arrange a meeting if you like.
You're unusually talkative today.
Pardon, sir?
That's fascinating, you know. You've become so much more concerned about this place and its inmates than when you first started. You are now dictated by your title.
I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sorry.
You can go now. I have a great deal of work to do. Oh, and one more thing. Make sure this month's Kamala Congress is held according to schedule.
Yes, sir.
How many times have I warned you about this? The idealist has to go. He's nothing but trouble for us. You're too soft on him, Aleph. Look at the mess he has us in now. Calm down. He's a rabble-rousing thief, a self-destructive maniac, a snake in the grass.
Schizo.
He even stole the tea of Kamala from me. He's nearly ruined everything we've worked for. It's only a die, Merlin. It does nothing more than a die can do.
Aleph and Merlin.
You were there today. You saw what he did. He managed to change the panopticon with this die, even if only for a second. He'll ruin my work, Aleph. He's a slave to his passion. His head is filled with impulsive thoughts. I don't trust him. We can't trust him. I've done everything you've asked. Now it's time to do your part. Time's ticking down. I can't afford any further mistakes. No one can be permitted to stop my experiment in the panopticon.
Maybe I should add a 7TV, expat extension to my streams. It'd be funny if we could spam the schizo, the schizo meme.
I'll prove it to them that we have found the path to the ultimate answer.
Is that a jaguar? Aw, look at her.
La
Okay,
cabaña
this
con el
again.
techo azul estaba silenciosa como siempre. En un sueño fugaz, la investigadora de paracausalidad descubrió la verdad detrás del dado de Babilonia. Examinó cuidadosamente los patrones ocultos, como un astuto astrólogo rastrea los movimientos de las estrellas. Lo que pueda parecer errores o accidentes no niega las verdades del destino. Por el contrario, afirma en su existencia. Solo pregúntale al gran Heráclito. En un universo no observado, el dado de Babilonia gira perpetuamente, dictando el destino de todos en un tiempo que es tanto infinitamente largo como infinitamente corto. Mira, cerró los ojos. Respetaba la aleatoriedad de los números y el destino. Respetaba el juicio del dado. De lo contrario, se habría perdido sumisamente en los huecos del tiempo y bajaría para siempre como un fantasma en el olvido.
First, allow me to make one thing clear. I had absolutely nothing. As you all know, the Idealists and I are the representatives of the two factions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Américas. As you also know, we have been at peace since the Let Sleeping Dogs Lie agreement was signed a few months ago. Despite our differing views, We have coexisted to this day under the watchful gaze of this—
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Miss Octavia. His death wasn't your fault. After all, he was the one who threw the first verbal dagger.
Brother. Don't antagonize the other party. That's not gonna do well. It's not gonna work.
Show some respect, you morons. The idealist is missing, not dead. I'm sure he'll show up in one piece before we—
Better face the hard truth now, Roberta. Though, I have to say, it won't be easy for you to find a new leader as mad as him.
Please, everyone, quiet down. According to the agreement, today's Congress should have been chaired by the idealist. Since he is still missing—
Pardon my lateness. Go ahead. I'm ready to moderate. Miss Vert, I looked over the incarceration and visitor records from the past 6 months. There was no mention of anyone named Doris.
Then it seems only the physician knows the whereabouts of Dr. Dorez. Miss Jailer.
Listen, you really shouldn't take the inmates' ramblings too seriously. But if it's as critical as you say, I'll make another request later. That said, I'm afraid the meeting won't happen for at least a few days.
Understood.
For now, please join us for today's Congress.
Espectacular! Do you hold literary salons like this every day? This place is practically a writer's paradise. So, you're the host of the salon, Octavia? I say we set aside our differences and have a titillating literary discussion.
You've come at the right time. You may serve as witnesses for the Congress alongside the jailer, like a citizen's jury in a court.
Your suggestion aligns with the congressional rules. Very well.
Very well.
Huh? Congress? Witnesses? Isn't this a salon? Which topic are we discussing? Literary theories? Schools? Principles? Languages? Oh, narrative perspectives?
None of those.
What are we talking about then?
This Congress is about the randomness of fate, Miss Recoleta.
Randomness of fate?
So it's deeper than that.
Dear visitors from the Foundation, allow me to introduce the Kamala Congress. What happened yesterday was merely a brief anomaly. In the Panopticon, spontaneous order among the inmates is the norm, and the Kamala Congress serves as its truest reflection.
Spontaneous order?
Yes. Through the Congress, the inmates assign and distribute medication, communal duties, and rest periods. They are entirely self-regulated.
I hereby announce the commencement of the 7th Kamala Congress.
That means it's been 7 months?
A cardboard box and... is that a paper die? It has 20 sides.
Imagine hitting that 20 on everything.
We carefully examine hidden patterns, much like an astute astrologer tracks the movements of the stars.
Isn't this... Isn't this just like the Die of Babylon? The MacGuffin that weaves through the entire plot? The infinite symbiote of fate? And the symbol that compresses time into a shriveled circle?
What may seem like errors or accidents doesn't negate the verities of destiny. On the contrary, they affirm its very existence. Just ask the great Heraclito. In an unobserved universe, the die spins in perpetuity.
Dictating the fate of all in time that is both infinitely long and infinitely short?
Look, I've closed my eyes. I respect the randomness of numbers and destiny. I respect the die's judgment.
What the hell? That is creepy as fuck.
Otherwise, we will acquiesce and lose ourselves in the gaps of time and wander forever as ghosts in oblivion.
I don't understand what's going on. Oh, but the irony that I probably have more idea what's going on than anyone here.
Miss Recoleta, this is all in your novel, isn't it?
I'm afraid so. The recitations, the references to an astrologer and Heraclito, they couldn't possibly be just a coincidence. Then, could it be? Will they look to the die to dictate their fate?
I shall perform the first roll. Its result will determine the subsequent roll order for this Congress.
Nat 20. Damn.
The result is 5.
Okay, never mind.
This check complies with the prerequisite conditions of the ruling of the die, and the standard roll order has been established. Inmate Jose, please come forth. You are the first in the initiative order. Therefore, fate's judgment shall fall upon you before all else.
Me? Okay.
Nat 20?
17! It's 17! Ah, what a wonderful number! 17! Like an oasis in an endless desert.
The result is 17, and the score combination 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3. According to the ruling of the die, he shall receive 60 risperidone tablets, 40 clozapine tablets, and 40 diazepam tablets. Additionally, he will assume the role of cultural manager of the Comala Congress. Before he takes office, inmate Jose must clean the first restroom for the next 7 days.
Wonderful! I'll gladly clean the toilet. I've got the brooms here, the toilet detergent, oh, and the toilet brush too.
What the
I have
hell
been
is
waiting for
going
this
on?
opportunity. As cultural manager, I will speak with every inmate and complete the Comala memoir, finally capturing the moments when literary sparks ignite and explode.
What the hell is going on here?
Next is inmate Eduardo. Please come forth.
But I can't remember the ruling of the die. I can't remember anything. Damn it. Sorry, Senora Octavia, but I don't think I can do this. I didn't get any medication in the last Congress. I've had multiple episodes. It's like my brain's jammed or something.
It's all right, inmate Eduardo. It's easy. You don't need to know the rules to roll the die. Give me your hand, I'll help you. My sincerest apologies, inmate Eduardo. The die dictates that you must voluntarily descend into the sewers and write the thematic keyword that currently causes you the most anxiety on the walls.
Thank you very much, Miss Octavia. I think my head's about to split in half. I need a moment to rest before I head down there and fulfill my destiny.
What the fuck?
Jailer, are you really letting them make every decision with the roll of a die? Eduardo is clearly in a much more dire condition than Jose. The medication should have been given to him.
As I said, this is how the inmates of the Panopticon maintain order. The physician periodically provides medication, food, and other necessities, and the inmates distribute them in this spontaneous and efficient manner. Neither authority nor violence is involved in this process. This is what sets Comala apart from all other custodial facilities.
That doesn't sound very convincing.
Is that it? You abdicate all agency to the roll of a paper die and call it the randomness of fate? What kind of...
Please calm down, Recoleta. This is the method that the inmates have collectively decided to recognize. They're prepared to face the possible sacrifices that it brings. This isn't about you or me. It's not our place to interfere with a procedure that has been proven both pragmatic and effective. My duty is to assist the inmates in maintaining order through the methods that they have established. And yours is to witness their self-governance, not judge it.
If everything somehow unfolds as it does in my novel, then every role is already predetermined. Vertin, do you remember the story I told you last night? The odds of both success and failure were consecutively multiplied.
I remember.
As soon as a character experiences a failure, they continue to suffer failures in an endless chain reaction. None of Eduardo's future dice rolls will ever result in a number higher than 10. At this rate, this system, this sociedad, ruled by the dice of Babylon, Eduardo will never receive. The moment he writes the keyword on the wall could very well be the moment he spells out his own death. No, I can't let this happen. I have to do something.
You're a writer. Do something. Rewrite history.
Wait,
Maybe.
Miss Recoleta, what are you doing?
Okay. I don't know about action, but sure, cool. Why not?
Few soldiers would appreciate the idea of, on the battlefield, the distance for every maneuver should be clear and precise. Not two numbers with a D in the middle.
Okay.
Unless you're looking to invite a mutiny. That said, I'm pretty sure they'd roll it and let it decide their destiny.
Oh, will base be on your side.
Exactly. There's no... And whether it's make or break, of course, dice aren't the only tools used to play with fate. Coins, lotteries, even shells. Thanks to the randomness of fate, a Babylonian may rise to be a proconsul one day and fall... Well, that's where historians come in. With a little creative editing of the history books, even the random rolls of a die can suddenly make sense. What were once avoidable tragedies are rebranded as reasonable incidents, or even desirable outcomes.
At least a roll of a die is impartial.
You're starting to sound like a gambler.
This little shit. I remember him from the earlier days.
But even gamblers, after hitting
The
a
earlier
hot
chapters,
streak
it's
or
always
losing
been
spell,
this character.
start to
Little
convince
fucking
themselves
shit.
that they've figured out the grand pattern behind it. It isn't just gamblers either. Witches tried to influence fate through rituals and charms. Ancient math. Meanwhile, others suspected there were cheaters among them. I just hope these high rollers unite to confront the demon who holds the laws of the universe. The past, present, and future. Haven't I always? It's just that today, the die rolled a peculiar number.
What do you mean? Nat 20? Nat 21? That's peculiar, alright.
But all things considered, I prefer the other kind of... The die is cast. But regardless of...
Nah.
Miss Recoleta, as a witness to the Congress, you have the right to express your doubts calmly.
Listen, you... No, it's nothing. It's just that I'd like to participate in the dice rolling ceremony. May I?
Okay.
Of course. The very fact that you're standing here in the Panopticon proves that you share a common fate with it.
It doesn't matter when I roll the die, since the rolls are simply a reflection of the randomness of fate, right?
Precisely.
Then I'd like to perform my role after the 27th inmate. Is that all right?
As you wish, Miss Recoleta.
Okay. Okay. What's this about?
So many people here. Feels like trade season again. Harmony is precious.
Am I supposed to nuke it?
This one should do. A pot of liquor.
Más allá del concepto mundano del
You are
tiempo.
not welcome here. Enjoy!
A truly villainous moment.
Give them a warm welcome.
Alright. Huh.
Is that a fairy in the liquor?
En todos los momentos.
A pot of liquor amidst the...
Do I have to do this?
Colorful clouds. The sign of the Shangri. Give
Nothing
them a warm
happens.
welcome.
Well, well.
Oh look, here's another one. Is that a fairy in a pot of liquor amidst the flowers?
Oh, be careful.
Enjoy!
Can I get a nat 20?
Give them a warm welcome.
Okay. What the hell is this stage?
Lift the cup. The moon invite. This one lifts the cup. Is that a fairy in the liquor? In ink and flesh, no night or day. Then why not dream the time away?
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Okay, yeah, right.
En todos los momentos.
You want me to?
Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
We'll find our home one day.
Nukes. Except I couldn't nuke anything. Oh, a random enemy dies.
Everything
Right.
went smoothly. Shall we have another round?
That took me a little too long.
It seems fate favors you, Miss Recoleta. Here are your supplies. Please be sure to follow the distribution rules of the Congress. This is an essential structure of Comala, and a belief shared by all its inmates. Honor it.
Just as I suspected. These supplies belong to me now, Octavia. Here, Eduardo.
But I haven't these precious tablets and capsules.
But I don't need them. You do.
Thank you. Kind.
Eduardo, what's wrong? There's no need to rush. There's plenty of it. You can...
Por Dios, Eduardo! How could you squander fate's gifts like this? Kind señorita, please, give me the medication.
No, I'm the one who needs the most. Give me the medication. I beg of you. With the protection of these amulets, I might finally be able to get a peaceful night's sleep. No more trembling floors and wailing ghosts.
What do you mean by amulets?
Enough! Enough! You shouldn't have done that, Miss Recoleta. Your ignorant generosity could shatter the very basis of our survival. We have never had such chaos at the Congress. Understand this. We rely only on the randomness of fate to distribute supplies and assign responsibilities. If you disrupt the status quo, the entire system of the Panopticon will collapse beyond repair. It is only by respecting the arbitrariness of fate and adhering to the rules of the Die of Babylon that we have kept this place functioning all this time.
The Die of Babylon? Tell me, how did you know this name? Are you the one orchestrating this whole thing? Podría ser? It is Aleph?
Let go of me, Miss Recoleta! Have you gone mad? The role of the die is absolutely random. I'm not orchestrating anything. Before the Congress began, I made an oath. I intend to keep it.
Please, calm down, Miss Recoleta. I think she's telling the truth.
Sorry, Octavia, but please, you have to tell me how you learned about the Die of Babylon. I must know. Only my pen pal and I should have any knowledge about this die.
I heard about it from the physician. He described it as a symbol of collective consciousness that we could harness to maintain immaculate order in the Panopticon. The Comala Congress was coined, iterated, and perfected by the physician based on this concept.
The physician again. Everything eventually leads back to him. Just as we suspected.
I see.
You could not live with your failure. And where did that lead you? Right back to me. Or in this case, the physician, Aleph.
Jailer, we have to meet with the physician in person. Now.
As I've told you many times, Dr. Merlin is too busy at the moment. I couldn't possibly trouble him over a novel and a pen pal. They are just fantasies.
Couldn't you make an exception? What if they're not just fantasies? What if they're tied to the very survival of this place? Miss Recoleta said the Panopticon could collapse because of the Die of Babylon.
Are you seriously telling me you believe that nonsense?
It wasn't nonsense, nor are they fantasies. You saw with your own eyes how I won the die roll.
It was just a coincidence.
What if we present you with stronger evidence to prove it's more than just a coincidence? If everything in the Panopticon proceeds according to Miss Recoleta's novel as she says, she should be able to predict what happens next, including the roll results of the absolutely random die.
That's right. The Die of Babylon isn't random at all. It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate, and an actor of the inescapable loop of history. And not one of you is paying attention to me whatsoever. Ugh, to hell with this era of ignoring unknown writers.
Miss Recoleta, please make your prediction for the next inmate's die roll. This way, you can prove to Miss Jailer the irrefutable connection between Kamala and your novel, The Rise and Fall of...
You finally remembered its name! Oh, what sweet...
Miss Octavia, please continue the Congress and let the next inmate perform their role. Then Miss
I appreciate the reminder. No matter the interruption, the Comala Congress must go on. Though not for Miss Recoleta's sake, of course. Next inmate, please. Hello, inmate Garcia. You know what to do.
Of course.
La sexta cara. Un pilar roto. El flujo de la fortuna y la calamidad. So the result of the next roll will be a 6.
And it's a 6.
As fate reveals, the number is 6.
Just as Miss Recoleta predicted.
That could still be a coincidence. Do it again.
La 13ª cara. Una cadencia desconcertante, sin un verdadero principio ni fin. La 4ª cara. Un hombre que se ahogaba usó el último de sus fuerzas para nadar a la seguridad. Solo la 17ª cara cojeaba hacia el distante oasis, solo para que la débil humedad y la inquieta. La 6ª cara. Otro pilar roto con grietas idénticas a la última. Confirma. Is that enough? I've almost finished the entire chapter.
It's not possible.
So 13, 4, 17, 6.
Who are you?
I'm sorry if this comes as a shock to you, but I did warn you, Octavia. Now it's proven. The Die of Babylon is anything but the so-called randomness of fate.
Have you been sent here by some god? Or are you a hobby prophet? Have you brought this knowledge to save us? Or to shatter our beliefs? Our world?
Probably. We gotta meet with the physician first, though. We have unsettled. We have unfinished business with him.
What is this thing in my hand? What
I don't know if it's some kind of sorcery or arcane skill, but it's unfathomable. I'll take you to the physician. Not because of your earlier request, but because the situation has escalated beyond my means. The overseer of the Panopticon will decide how to handle your situation.
To be honest, Miss Recoleta, I wasn't sure you'd be able to correctly predict everything.
Timekeeper, are you saying that you risked everything on a hunch?
It worked, didn't it?
I see Burton has the gambling genes in there, just like all of us. I mean, we are playing a gacha game. But that kind of makes sense.
Come with me. Dr. Merlin's office is in the central tower.
Burton has a little bit of us in her. Just saying.
En la sexta versión de mi novela, todos en el pueblo mueren a causa del dado de Babilonia. Porque solo la muerte puede cerrar el ciclo de la historia. Y carcelero, eres el empleado del banco. Entonces, al final, también sufrirás un colapso como el empleado del banco. If all of this is tied to the rise and fall of San, I will get to the bottom of this.
The actual die of Babylon? From the treasury of Babylon? Summoned through the gates of Babylon? What am I rambling here? It's a bit late. Sorry about that, schizo. Think I'm becoming Olive more and more these days. Maybe not. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she had been working on some new initiatives. I truly believe back then. Yada yada yada. Alright. Okay. Prepare yourself. Ah! What?
What's going on?
Miss Erd, please, Julio needs your help. I don't want him to die.
Please, Miss Octavia.
Mr. Julio is gone. He left us.
Not exactly a so-called Congress. Some kind of punitive system unique to Kamala prison? Babylon?
A life is taken, and that's all you have to say?
The hell is going on?
I've had enough of your condescending stone. He'll only bring misfortune upon us with his constant rambling about that visceral realism.
All right.
Only the physician, the true overseer. Please join our society, Miss Torres.
Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly...
Why? Yes.
Is there a watchtower?
I've had such a lovely time here. So much. That inescapable gaze, and the permanent theme of fate. You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way.
Interesting.
I see. Lend me your palm. Good luck to you.
Farewell, Miss Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead. And in your journey, finding answers about fate, too.
Damn. Turns out fate was dictated by Recoleta, I guess? I mean, at this point I have no idea what's going on, so I will have to continue playing.
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first? A pot of liquor. Is that a fairy in the liquor?
Oh.
Perfectly understood. This conch should do. A pot. Is that a fairy in the liquor? Do have a little faith in me, master. Yo, you! Noble or common? Colorful clouds. The sign of the Xiangwei. Give them a warm welcome.
Nothing happens.
Oh look,
What
here's another
a
one.
fucking joke.
This conch. A pot of liquor. Is that a fairy in the liquor? We're not afraid of you. Oh, be careful. The feast of all feasts.
And after nothing happens.
Oh look, here's another one. A pot of liquor amidst... Perfectly understood. Colorful clouds. The sign of the Xiangwei. You are not welcome here.
That's not... Oh.
Finally, it's
How long
just
has it
you and me,
been?
Master.
4.5 hours? Damn. Behind the operating curtain.
Wait here a moment. I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin. However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you. But I'll do my best to
Now's our chance, Sinetto. It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central tower, even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look...
I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Recoleta. Without your precise... I haven't yet grasped the connection between the die, your novel, and what's my process of elimination. It's almost certain that your pen pal, Aleph, is right behind this door.
Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours.
Are you all right? You don't seem as excited as when we first entered Kamala.
The all-seeing sentinel of the Panopticon, veiled within the central tower. If it truly is Aleph, I don't know how to face such terrifying and increasingly plausible reality.
What happened?
Sorry to interrupt, but Timekeeper, I think you...
Sign Erd. This is a letter from...
Her handwriting. It's as beautiful. Dear Mr. Aleph. Aleph?
Looks like Doris and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence. Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Doris, pen name Erd.
I heard from the physician, Dr. Merlin, that you have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme ruler of the Panopticon of Kamala?
Dear, I do indeed have answers for every question, including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark. I am merely an inmate who chose to imprison himself here.
Okay.
Allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so
Dr. Doris? A guest of Manus Vindictae?
It came from inside the room. Do you think they're okay?
The jailer and the physician! What happened?
I'm not sure, but it could be bad. Come on, let's go in and see if they're all right.
Uh-oh, something's happening.
It seems we've stumbled upon the physician's...
The physician's office. I should have known. But... is this an operating room?
Seems like it.
This prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
I mean, that doesn't look like an operating room.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet.
Quiet.
The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions. Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive. Through millions of years of evolution, we developed the limbic system. This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear.
Okay, I don't
sadness,
recall
anger,
the limbic system doing that, but sure.
Our behavior. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume. Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature. We read, create, perceive. We try to understand both the world and ourselves. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
Is he... performing surgery?
Such a delicate and elaborate organ. Were it unable to forget, what would come of it? Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once?
Uh-huh.
What's happened to the patient? It looks like he's dying. ¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success. I have erased his debilitating hysteria and restored order to the Panopticon. What are you trying to achieve by barging in here? Forget it. The next operation requires my attention. Jailer, show them out. Bring me the next patient in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss Burton. I'm afraid you have...
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment.
Important. Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the Panopticon, outsiders. To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
Experiments in the Panopticon. So you really are the controller of the prison?
Controller? What an outdated notion. Superficial, really. The Panopticon has no need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power. Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Komala is simply a manifestation of this model. Once I confirm its feasibility and adaptability, this model can be applied to any functional setting with only minor modifications. So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world. Transcendental, even. Curse it. Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
Dr. Merlin, you keep mentioning time.
Time.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily heads, the end of this era is imminent, is it not?
Oh, is it talking about the storm?
You know about the storm?
That's what you call it, is it? A storm that washes everything away?
A storm.
You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist. I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins, or something even more unrecognizable.
A storm that washes everything away? Burton, what on earth are you two talking about?
You know about the storm. Recollected doesn't know about it. Oh. Ooh. Alright, Recoletta, I'm gonna hold your hand while I tell you this. You're about to die. Okay.
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed.
Yep.
I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place, over and over. But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back to, Cordeismo continues to plague this land. Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists. I've seen them all. You, young writer, are no different from those intellectuals who were swept away in the rain. There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle. Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics.
What, the menace dictates?
Just as it has countless times before, on this land as rich as silver. But there is still hope. Even in a wasteland, we may still be saved, as long as I uncover the path to transcendentality. I will find the ultimate answer. Ugh, I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave, now!
You heard him. Please don't press...
All right, Senora. I get it. Obviously, all the letters we wrote to one another. All those inspiring revisions and suggestions. But there's still something I must tell you, with Aleph.
Leave us, jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
Well, well, well. So everything ties back to the storm. It's always the storm. This has to be the storm.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon, but you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality.
Oh, are they still in... Okay.
You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order. No, they've devolved into pitiful caricatures of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower. Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon. This farce hasn't made the Panopticon a better place. No, it has warped it into a twisted theater of cruelty, where the sick are denied treatment and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls. And literature has died alongside them. This prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power. Aleph, is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached? That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it? No, impossible. Foucault's theory is flawless. I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct. I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order. And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning? That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative?
Wait, what? So that power model wasn't his actual model at all?
No, outsiders. The perfect order of the Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies. This facility is superior to all others. Nothing here escapes my notice. That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know. I shall personally verify it, all myself.
What in the seventh hell?
What's happening?
Visitors from another era. You have come here with plagued ideologies in an attempt to break the subtle balance of the Panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet? The cracks and water stains on the walls, constantly changing right before your eyes. This room, the previous room, every room, you have blindly wandered through them, seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth. But this place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No.
All right.
Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind, every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the Panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance. I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
Damn. So you kinda need to spam alt. Too bad I can't use any
Which of these
I'm
darlings
just gonna
shall we
go.
attend to first?
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand. Impossible! All is under the die's control. What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
Yeah, the thing about chaos is that pretty hard to to predict.
A pot of liquor amidst the flowers.
So
The feast of all
don't
feasts.
hold your breath.
So you, noble or common?
It's special, precise, perfect. It is far from perfect. You know that as well as I. Why else would we be conducting this experiment?
Everything went smoothly. Shall we have another round?
This happened when the Idealist was attacked too.
To think we've been trapped in a prison fabricated by a die all this time.
Yo.
Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this.
No. You're asking for the impossible. Power model of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society. Such insignificant interferences could never plunge it into chaos. But it already has, Merlin. You failed. I have not failed. As long as I keep the prison running.
Gitzo!
It isn't your power model running the prison. It's the die. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power. It's a false hope. A castle in the sky given to you by the military junta and Manus Vindictae.
Manus Vindictae? So you really are working with them. What exactly do you intend to do?
Then, I've also failed. I've ended up a pathetic fool, lost in the chaos of reality. Just like the idealist chasing visceral realism, Paracelsus seeking the fountain of youth, and Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin. When did it all start falling apart, Aleph? When the doorknob loosened? When the prisoner's wounds started to fester? Or when the daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams? Or the crack in the second gray brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters? Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia with news of the Foucault Association's dissolution? This place should have been the ideal ground for psychoanalytic practice. We've been abandoned, haven't we? By eras old and new. He designed,
and have maintained everything in Komala, right down to the smallest detail. But it is these details that trap you. And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin.
You're becoming the physician.
A man forever imprisoned within these walls. I don't understand. All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality. Tell me, Olive, does the ultimate answer even exist?
Timekeeper. Yes, it's Recollector.
You're...
Alice.
The word utopia derives from Greek. It means no place.
No place, oh.
People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow its paths. They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate, yet they believe in its jurisdiction, as if, by doing so, everything will naturally fall into place. And now, the polar night approaches. How good it is to see you, pen pal.
Elf is unleashed. He's out. Man. We know French philosopher and social theorist. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do this again. But come back to this later.
Harmony is precious.
Should do.
Yeah.
Is that a fairy in the liquor? Do have a little faith in me, master. The feast of all feasts. Give them a warm welcome. Everything went smoothly. Shall we
Next. The mask in the mirror.
Where did the physician go? Wait. Sir? Are you...
Aleph.
Aleph, it's you. My pen pal. You are, in fact, in Komala. All those letters. All the ideas we shared. They weren't meaningless.
So, sir, are you the one controlling the panopticon with the die? The one...
What curious inquiries.
quite different from the last 2,666 questions I've received. My guests, you may call me Aleph, or by any other name, be it a symbol of God's oneness or a farcical epithet. I am merely one of the many prisoners who voluntarily reside here. A single letter in the alphabet of the Panopticon.
A letter? The way you speak is quite different from Dr. Merlin. Still, I wonder what your relationship is with him. But allow me to make a guess. You're Dr. Merlin, aren't you?
I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate. But you may think of it that way.
Schizo.
Merlin is a figment born of my mind, an incomplete reenactment. He is me, yes, but not entirely.
Alright.
He, or rather
all the
they,
time we've been joking
failed to
about
find their
schizo.
answers.
This is, I believe, either bipolar or some shit, you know? Or no, wait, no, it's not bipolar. Like, dissociative? Like, multiple personality disorder or some shit.
They fought
But I
against
believe
their
like, that
predestined
has
fates,
some sort of a new medical
only to be
term
inevitably
these days.
crushed
So,
under
like,
their weight.
oh no, man.
I
Let the
simply stood
specialists
by
speak for
and watched
themselves.
it all unfold.
I'm not
That
about
was
to
the extent
overstep
of
my
our
boundaries
relationship.
or some shit.
They?
You've already met Merlin and the Idealist, even witnessed their demise. Shackled by the delusions of verses, the Idealist lost his own name. Merlin, too, imprisoned himself within the system of the Panopticon. I'm sure their desperate pursuits caused you some trouble. Please forgive them. After all, your fleeting encounters led to the demise of them both.
I think I understand now. The Idealist and the
alter
Physician are
egos.
both parts of you. Or, to put it another way, they're your alter egos.
Personalization? Not really. I don't remember the term anymore. Alright, dissociative identity disorder. DID. Right. I remember now. They call it DID these days.
The physician mentioned Manus Vindictae. What's the relationship between this prison and the Manus?
Visitors from the Foundation. We all witnessed those eras perish. In 1977, not long before the fourth storm, I arrived in Ushuaia. Shortly after, but it wasn't just them. An arcanist organization called Manus Vindictae also approached me. Each of them wanted answers. They named me their advisor.
You acted as an advisor to the Manus?
The two parties presented me with a concept and a parable, respectively.
Okay.
A concept and a parable?
The Foucault Association sought to explore the feasibility of the Panopticon concept here.
Alright.
While Manus Vindictae showed me a parable of the past and future. Day and night, I wandered through endless texts, endless realities, as I searched for answers. And thus, Merlin was born. He was both an experiment and a price I paid.
A price
you
you
paid? A
paid?
new concept, a new direction. Pursuing such things always leaves me confined by the limitations of human knowledge. Merlin spent his entire life exploring Foucault's theories in pursuit of that singular yet infinite answer.
What about the Manus, Mr. Aleph? You didn't explain why you helped them.
Explain why. Because they asked me to, just as you have. I simply worked to answer their questions.
So you're saying that, to you, we are no different from Manus Vindictae?
I mean...
And if we ask, you'll answer us, without holding anything back?
Is that not precisely what is happening this very moment?
Indeed. The bird is speechless.
This is what the Manus gave Merlin. A magical die named the Tear of Comala. It was once a gemstone that belonged to a god. At the beginning of the century, explorers plucked it from an ancient gate they discovered in Antarctica.
We are going
to the explorers'
back.
amazement, the gemstone could turn human desires into reality. So they cut it into a die, a symbol of fate, and used it to build a sanatorium, which was later transformed into the panopticon you are standing in right now.
Then, Aleph. You said Merlin used the panopticon to seek his answer. What does that have to do with my novel? I don't get it, Aleph. Why would you use my novel to manipulate this place? Roberta, Garcia, Octavia, Pablo, the jailer, everyone. Not one of them deserved to be trapped in a deadly loop in which everyone's fate is already predestined.
I think that's the issue. When you use a die, your knowledge probably... I mean, I'm just grasping on straws here, but maybe it's not the will. He's not willingly
They're just like the ghosts in Amalfitano, inescapably trapped within the ruins.
The die just plucked their knowledge, the memories, and just use whatever.
Tell me, what is it you really want?
It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. The third line of your first letter. You said you wanted to give the rise and fall of sanity an ending.
Okay. Blurred by water stains. Bruh. This is just a similar as redacted. I mean, it's redacted. Redacted. Jose Tartud. Sure. Next. Oh. Pretty close now, just a few more chapters. I've been struggling for
Los registros
long enough.
históricos del Dado de Babilonia aún se pueden encontrar en la biblioteca de la Universidad Santa Teresa. No. Una apertura como esta haría la historia demasiado ambigua. En 1975, en el pueblo de Amalfitano, Sonora, México, ocurrió algo terrible y escalofriante en la cabaña con el techo azul. Todo comenzó con las costumbres peculiares de los Espera, ¿cómo supe todo esto? Necesito agregar un ro para el narrador. El cuentacuentos. Un poeta surrealista de México me contó esta historia. Una anciana entró en el bar, al que solía ir en el pueblo. Al mismo tiempo,
El empleado del banco también entró al bar, trayendo la noticia de que una corporación multinacional iba a construir una fábrica de jabón de galletas en Amalfitano.
Espera, empleado del banco. No sabía que había bancos en Amalfitano. Pero sí, tiene sentido. Los bancos comerciales son, sin duda, un sello del capitalismo. Gracias, amigo por correspondencia. Antes de convertirse en empleado del banco, era un defensor de las antiguas costumbres del pueblo. Era un pescador de dunas.
Después de aceptar el destino otorgado por el dado de Babilonia, eligió dejar todo atrás. El triste y aterrador pueblo y los ciclos ocultos dentro de la infinita aleatoriedad.
Oh, qué irónico. Pero también es realista. Ahora solo necesitamos un personaje contrastante. Un creyente en el destino. Una anciana tejedora se sentó en su antiguo taller, girando incansablemente su rueca, un regalo precioso, otorgado por el dado de Babilonia.
La tejedora ciega relató suavemente todo lo que había vivido.
¡Qué idea brillante, Aleph! Una tejedora ciega no podría haber presenciado el asesinato. ¡Fantástico! En este caso, agregaré a un conductor de burros que es asesinado en este capítulo. Con cada una de tus sugerencias, la historia da un paso adelante. Gracias, Aleph. Pero todavía no veo ninguna señal del final. Es como si no importara cuántos personajes nuevos agreguemos. Todavía falta algo en el pueblo desértico.
At least the important parts.
Una figura clave. Aleph, ¿qué debo hacer? ¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
Like, bruh.
Tú misma me preguntaste, ¿cómo le doy un final a esta historia? Me describiste cómo tus palabras se habían transformado en un rompecabezas desmesurado infinito, un lenguaje irreconocible, una colección de información ambigua y una parábola que había perdido todo su significado. La ausencia de un final aún te roe, atrapándote para siempre en ese abrasador pueblo desértico. Todo lo que estoy haciendo es intentar encontrarlo para ti.
¿Estás diciendo que has estado manipulando los acontecimientos en el panóptico desde que intercambiamos cartas por primera vez septiembre pasado?
Sí, cada vez que revisabas la novela, se hacían ajustes correspondientes en el panóptico. Reflejar fielmente las complejidades de cada detalle era clave para asegurar que la historia avanzara sin problemas. Estos ajustes los manejaba principalmente Merlin, a veces el idealista, y antes de ellos, Zahir y Paracelso.
¿Cada vez?
6 versiones de la historia del Amalfitano ya se han desarrollado en el panóptico.
Eso significa la rana aplastada en el barro, la vaca muriendo de vieja, el lirón cayendo al mar,
It already
el
happened.
fantasma asesinado en el duelo y los cambios repentinos al dado de Babilonia. Todas las revisiones que sugeriste, todas las muertes, el caos y la locura, ¿realmente sucedieron aquí mismo?
Incluso la eternidad tiene sus límites, Recoleta. In the 6th revision, we added the blind weaver, an extraordinary figure.
Just like the paracausality researcher who carries a suitcase that you introduced in your 7th letter.
The paracausality researcher carrying a suitcase.
Literally perfect.
Miss Recoleta, is this character really based on the
What? Of course not. The paracausality researcher is an entirely different character.
Don't you understand? We're only one die roll away from the ending.
I don't. What on earth are you trying to do?
Okay. Kaleidoscope.
Recoleta, it is the cycle of fate that has brought you to the Panopticon of Koma now. Return to the rise and fall of sanity. Return and become a character once more. You've been searching for its ending, but how could you possibly find it when you're no longer inside the story? I believe that this time you will witness the grand finale with your own 2 eyes. No more sadness. No more loneliness. The answer you've long sought lies in the inevitable final roll of the die.
So, the jailer is the bank clerk, and Erd is the blind weaver. But what about Roberta, Garcia, and Octavia? They weren't even assigned roles. They were just playthings, helpless in the face of fate. What right do you or I have to decide what happens to them? To dictate their gains and losses?
But they couldn't possibly understand such a thing, could they? To you, it's just a story. But to them, it is the manifestation of bittersweet destiny.
Do you think hiding behind the guise of fiction absolves you from the reality that you've turned the Panopticon into a living hell? Yes. You're the only one who truly understands the rise and fall of sanity. Goodness knows how many manuscripts I sent out that never received a reply. I was so grateful to you. For your replies, for understanding my novel. Those things were more precious to me than any sunrise over the Andes. Had I known that your feedback was created in such a way, and at such a cost, I would have preferred not to receive it at all. Don't you get it? Even if they don't understand my novel, the people I meet are still my friends. Whether we took a long journey together, or we simply chatted for a few hours. We formed an inseparable, miraculous bond. They're a part of me. How could you treat them like fictional characters? It's disrespectful to my work, and to life itself.
But you raised the question yourself. Why do you resist receiving its answer?
They're always like this, aren't they? They throw a question at you, only to abandon it along with the fading of the era. This storm will spare no one. You've known it all along, Adder. Only the timeless Panopticon can maintain control. The all-seeing tower. The perfect governing system. What a hopeless fool you are, Merlin. Haven't you heard what they say? There is no need to build a labyrinth when the whole world already is one.
Okay.
Your meaningless questions will be swept away by the tides of time, only to resurface on the shores of our minds once more. We've seen it happen, over and over again. Surely you've realized by now that the only true meaning can be found in literature. For over a century, literature has remained the singular, ultimate answer.
Is the Achilles the most popular personality out of, all of Alif's
Where
personality.
are your ramblings, my dear? You're wasting our time.
Enough.
Aleph seems to be in a terrible state. We have to be careful. Something isn't right about that die.
Okay, so we are going to use Recoleta. And, I think we don't need you. We need as much ultimate as possible. So I'm gonna replace you with Pickle.
Harmony is precious.
Go ahead. Keep the story going. Carry it through until we finally feel the sweet gratification of the ending.
Your endeavors are doomed to fail. There's only madness in literature and art, not transcendentality.
This to make an ally with the highest Moxie, consume all the current Moxie to cast an ultimate, then recover the consumed Moxie. And the requirement, you cannot exceed the Moxie required to cast an ultimate. This ultimate does not count as an extra, and the required Moxie cannot exceed the Moxie required to cast an ultimate. Okay, so I can immediately cast an ultimate now. Does this retroactively activate? Basically, greetings! Welcome to the stream. And 5 out of 8, I see. So that's just for Recoleta, right? Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't know, it retroactively activates. So does it consume if I do this? Say, I don't know.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
And against
En
this.
todos los momentos.
And then I do this. So that means she's on 5. Does she consume all 5, or does these 2 does not count?
Is that a fairy in the liquor?
Cosmología, filosofía clásica, nuestro adversario es el tiempo. En la acumulación de
Alright, so
laberintos,
yeah, that answered my
suéltalo todo
question.
una
So
vez más.
yes, it does indeed retroactively consume your.
Yo, noble or common?
Ultimate. Okay. Oh, it only happens once?
El camino a Tlón. En todos los... El camino a Tlón.
Oh, look, here's another one. A pot of liquor amidst the flowers.
A truly villainous moment. En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
I should have wasted that ultimate.
We're not afraid of you. Give them a warm welcome. Lift the cup, the moon invite. Let drink and paintings fill the night.
Wait, I'm gonna
This part should do.
him first.
Lift the cup. Is that a fairy in the liquor?
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Oh, be careful.
And
In ink and flesh, no night or day. Then why not dream the time away?
and he's dead.
These explorations, these fractures, they're all failures, aren't they? In this infinite expanse, I feel nothing but infinite sorrow.
Warning, warning, the puppy is fleeing.
Alrighty. The chaotic battle comes to an abrupt halt.
Wait! Mr. Olive? Are you human?
What? I don't know. Oh.
Please hand over the die peacefully.
Mr. Aleph, please stop resisting. It's futile.
Futile. Yes, it's all futile. The cage of rules, the ideals of literature, both are futile. Mere illusions conjured along the path to transcendentality. They all fear that they're nothing more than phantoms in someone else's dream. That reality will devour everything, including their very existence. That's why they drift further away from transcendentality. They couldn't break free from that false dream. None of them could. Both the physician and the idealist walked toward their own destruction, just as I expected. But your novel still has hope, Recoleta. Its ending hasn't been written yet. We cannot deny that it may be the answer to achieving transcendentality.
You're not going to stop, are you? Not until you get your answer. Sonetto, we have no choice but to seize the die from him by force.
Enough. I said enough.
Okay. Alright, to be continued. Sure. Looks like we shall move on. But first, let's replay. I've completed reading the 6th edition. Right. This is kinda cool. Maybe I shouldn't, you know,
Harmony is precious.
waste this. But it's a pre-cost. Oh, it is pre-cost.
Go ahead. Keep the story going.
Whoops, why am I using Anja?
Carry it through. Your endeavors. There's only mad.
Never mind that. This works anyway. Since it's pre-cost, I'll just use it.
Oh look, here's another one.
Oh shit. I should use it later.
This conch should do. Perfectly understood. Is that a fairy in the liquor?
En todos los momentos.
Do you have a little faith in me, Master? Colorful clouds. The sign of the Xiangwei.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about
La acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Oh, were you talking about the precast?
A truly villainous moment.
Yeah. It's precast, so nothing you can do about it. Kinda have to use it.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
A pot of liquor amidst the flowers.
Idealismo, vuelos de fantasía, patrones
Noble
ocultos.
common. Oh look, here's another one.
Okay,
En todos los momentos.
Shall I, Master?
El camino a Tlón. Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
We're not afraid of you.
A truly villainous moment.
En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más. Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Also, I just wanna say, Recollector's ultimate cinema. Absolute cinema.
These explorations, in this infinite.
Did I just replay the original? Oh my god. Oh god. Oh. I don't have to use that.
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe. This conch should do. Perfectly understood. A pot of liquor amidst the flowers. You are not welcome here. Do you have a little faith in me, Master?
Oh well.
Colorful
That
clouds.
was a waste.
The sign of the Xiangwei.
Waste of time, waste of vanity. Activated.
Naughty. Oh look, here's another one. Is that a fairy in the liquor? This conch should do. Oh look, a pot of liquor amidst the flowers. Is that a fairy in the liquor?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this.
We're not afraid of you. Give them a warm welcome. The feast of all feasts.
Alright, you're dead.
Finally, it's just
Next
you and me,
up.
Master.
Ah. Right. 16. What do we have here? The boundaries of fiction. Oh, flashback again.
I'm afraid we can't publish your novel in its current state, Recoleta. We look forward to seeing more refined Senor Cruz! What a pleasure to see you here. I'm an editor from the Naranja Dulce publishing house. Could you spare a moment to discuss the copyright for the Bluebird? We're huge...
Hey, relax, Recoleta. Look at all the books around you. This place is heaven. You can't get down on yourself. Not here. There's so many writers and publishers here. It's only natural you'd be turned down 17 times. This is just the beginning.
Ooh, 17 times is kinda rough. Not gonna lie.
Now, which section should I visit next? Oh! Estupendo! An exchange of ideas between writers. Nothing could be more incredible than that.
I mean, I feel like if you were even at the very least decently good at, you know, what you do, probably find a chance. At most, maybe 10th time, but 17? That's a lot. Luck, it's really not on your side.
I recall James Joyce was inspired by a letter he received from Henrik Ibsen. So, maybe what I need is to find someone to share my manuscript with. But who? Tadeo Emasums. Aleph. Averroes. Oh, it's you, senor. Don't worry. I promise I'll catch up on the rent next month. Although I must say, this apartment's hardly worth the price. The cracks on the walls must date back to the last century.
Brother, didn't...
Make all the excuses you want, Ingrid. If you don't pay the rent soon, you'll either end up in that crumbling colonial building on the corner or on the street, selling oranges at the San Telmo market. By the way, Julia told me you lost your job at the textile factory. You under some kinda can't work in one place for more than 3 months, curse or something, senorita?
Oh, you don't even want to know about the terrible things that happened in that factory. All I did was lend the oppressed workers a hand.
Bah, you're just like those college kids, full of hot air. Anyway, I am not here about the rent. Didn't you tell me to watch out for your letters a while back, when you just returned from abroad? Well, here it is, a letter for you.
Dios mío! Someone actually wrote back to me! This is incredible! Oh, thank you so much for bringing it to me, senor! Dear Miss Recoleta.
Well.
It's from... let's see... Aleph.
Aleph in the flesh.
Hey, I've been watching you. You're not local, are you? What are you writing? Oh, hola. You're right. I just arrived in Buenos Aires 3 days ago. My trip's been a lot like a Copes tango performance. Full of twists and turns, but nothing much worth telling, really. I'm actually writing a reply to my pen pal. Long story short, I sent him a manuscript of my novel, and to my surprise, he actually wrote back. Amazing, isn't it? In our recent letters, we've been discussing how my novel lacks a key character to drive the story toward a decisive ending. So we've been debating whether to introduce a new ghost to act as a turning point for the story.
And that would be you,
Susan, you're a
wouldn't it?
writer? Hey, Pancho, come over here. I found an actual real-life writer.
What's the big deal? I wrote plenty of poems in middle school.
Oh, so you're a poet. I have a feeling we're about to embark on an incredible adventure together. Are you interested in joining the visceral realism movement? Vis what? I've never heard of it, but it sounds like fun. Fabuloso! We have no time to waste. Once I finish this letter, you two must join me on a journey to Ushuaia.
What?
Ushuaia? The end of the world? Why the heck would we go to that icebox?
Yeah, icebox.
Oh, don't be such a downer, Pancho. Just think of the fun we'll have, the breathtaking scenery we'll see, and the incredible stories
literally
we'll
just
hear.
spontaneously decide that they would go
I'll
to
deal with the cold if you really want to go so badly.
the southernmost tip of
By the way,
South
could you tell
America.
us about your novel? Of course. I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now where to begin?
Man,
Let's start with
youngins
the
these
cottage with
days.
the blue roof in Amalfitano.
If only I had the money, I probably would do that too.
It's been 6 months since we first exchanged letters. Since then, I've been traveling. First from Chile to Mexico, then from Mexico to Argentina. And I'm not really sure what the purpose of my novel is. I just keep writing and writing. I can't stop. What power does literature hold? What responsibilities? Perhaps only by continuing to write will I understand one day. Aleph, you're right. I do want an ending to my novel, but not like this.
You really have no idea, do you, Recoleta? The rise and fall of sanity is your story.
What do you mean?
You are a ghost, wandering this forsaken land, still striving to create a miracle. You are a wandering poet, born in Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story, and the embodiment of the author herself.
So she's a self-insert.
A reflection, yes. The author, no. You are simply a figment of her imagination, a manifestation of her dream to wander. Have you not realized it? The literary pursuits and romantic adventures you described, they are merely faded memories from 1975.
Oh, what? What? So this happened before the storm? It's just a retelling. And it somehow survived. Just, fragments of a memory. And she just wrote it into a novel. That's all.
The poets who joined the visceral realism movement with you left Latin America long ago.
Faded memories.
Talking about the storm now.
As for the novel, it's yours now. A story you're writing. A story about yourself. Your departure has turned Amalfitano into a ghost town. The characters have lost their connection to you. They're gradually fading away. If the novel is destroyed, you too will cease to exist.
Wait. This is... Miss Recoleta? Is what he said true?
I know you never lie, pen pal. In your first letter, you told me that a character's role in fate must be determined from the outset and consistently adhered to throughout the story.
So she's an awaken or some shit?
Reading the perspective and insights of a walking encyclopedia, having such a person be willing to share their thoughts at all, was an exhilarant. I had never imagined my novel could develop in this way. No one but you has ever understood the story of that town. Let alone following your advice, I added the bank clerk. Amalfitano was no longer an empty town with a single blue-roofed cottage. The new ghostly residence had begun. The story was finally reaching complete. I became increasingly eager to meet my pen pal. I wasn't sure what I would say to this Aleph. A simple thank you, perhaps, or maybe I'm no different from everyone else. Led up the garden path by fate. But even if I am a ghost, as you say, an incarnation of someone else, a fictional being, so what? My resolve will not waver, even if my existence is bound to fade away, because this isn't what literature is supposed to be.
Fourth wall breaking kind of situation. They're referencing that Recoleta is a fictional character in a medium, in this case, the game.
You once told me there isn't an ounce of reality in fiction, only voids and glorified lies. Let me tell you this. Whether real or fictional, corporeal or intangible, I have accepted my existence.
I mean, that's the only thing you can do, because you exist in that reality. Gotta accept your existence.
Now, let's put a stop to this, Aleph. The inmates aren't characters in my novel. They're people trapped in a prison, just as you are. By simulating my story here, you have made me into some kind of god, a guilty, false creator, a dictator of fate. I never wanted any of this.
And it's fixed again.
Harmony is precious.
Golly.
¡Lo veo! ¡La frecuencia perfecta! ¡La admirable aleatoriedad del destino! ¡Creo que lo he encontrado!
Las deudas de los... ¡Ya no estoy!
Desde el día en que perdí la vista, nunca he...
En todos los momentos. Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Is that a fairy in the liquor?
En todos los más allá del concepto mundano.
Oh look, here's
en todos más allá del concepto mundano.
A pot of liquor amidst the flowers. You are not welcome here.
A truly villainous moment. Do I have to do this? En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
Enjoy!
And ditch.
Everything went smoothly. Shall we have it?
Huh? Miss Recoleta has vanished. Did she really cease to exist like Aleph said?
Recoleta.
That's too bad. Doubt she's gone, dude. I mean, she's playable, so doubt she's gone. Unlike my very own, our very own Orange.
The puppy wishes to come along.
I swear to God, if Bluepush doesn't actually release an alter version of her, they already did that with Mr. Duncan. They could do it again.
Oh look, here's another one. A pot of... Is that a fairy in the liquor? Please, allow me. The feast of all feasts.
And die.
Warning, warning, the puppy...
It should about be the end, and I will be signing off real soon. Okay, this again, unskippable scenes. Fuck you guys. Fuck you, Bluepush. Release the Snyder Cut. God fucking damn it.
Qué sueño más extraño. El sabor de la realidad, tan amargo y triste. Pero lleno de pensamiento dialéctico. Tal vez la gente del panóptico reflejaba mis pensamientos internos. Ah, entonces realmente soy un personaje en la novela. La misteriosa cabaña con el techo azul fue mi hogar todo el tiempo. Entonces, los rumores que los fantasmas propagaron eran realmente eso. Rumores.
Bienvenida de nuevo a Amalfitano, querida escritora.
Gracias, querido ícono del capitalismo. Pero, ¿no desgarré esta novela en pedazos?
Verás, Amalfitano es una dimensión más allá de la vida y la muerte. Este pueblo es un reflejo de tus pensamientos internos. Es incorpóreo. No puedes desgarrar algo incorpóreo en pedazos. La literatura es infinita y atemporal, como un río que fluye a través de la vida y la muerte.
No me extraña que seas mi personaje favorito. Nunca dejas de iluminarme.
Desafortunadamente, la literatura es una vocación peligrosa e inútil. ¿Recuerdas el dicho? Los únicos verdaderamente muertos son aquellos que han sido... Recoleta, desaparecerás para siempre si dejas a Amalfitano otra vez. Será como si nunca...
Siempre he admirado tu pensamiento crítico, señor. Encaja perfectamente con tu rol.
Todo estará bien, Recoleta. Lo que sea que haya pasado. Ahora has regresado. Eso es lo que el dado de Babilonia rozará de nuevo. Y cada uno de nosotros obtendrá nuestros finales.
Well, technically Mexico, I don't know. Reminds me of the Wild West, though. I think I've seen too much
Así es. Resuelve el asesinato en el bar y ponme a...
Libera al pueblo de la locura infligida por el antiguo espíritu.
arregla la aleatoriedad del dado de Babilonia y aplana la frecuencia catastrófica.
Entonces, el final que he estado buscando es el que el otro yo no pudo darme. El yo que se lanzó de cabeza a la lucha contra un poder invencible. El yo que finalmente dejó esta tierra. Después de todo este tiempo, finalmente he encontrado mi final.
Flashback.
Solo un lanzamiento más. Mi historia. Mi pueblo. Todo finalmente llegará a su fin. Pero el sueño sobre el panóptico también terminará, ¿verdad?
Oh, cariño. Es solo un sueño.
No me digas que estás abandonando tu búsqueda de toda la vida por un miserable...
Este sueño es cruel. Nadie entiende esta gran novela ni este pueblo asombroso.
Pero aquí, eres una verdadera escritora. Este es tu hogar, Recoleta.
Pero ya extraño a mis amigos en ese sueño. Existe, así como este lugar existe.
Pero nosotros también somos tus amigos, Recoleta.
Podrías desaparecer si dejas a Malfitano. ¿Estás segura de que quieres irte?
Sabéis cómo soy, queridos amigos. He pasado mi vida emprendiendo aventuras tontas y no recompensadas. Así soy yo, ¿verdad? Amalfitano es, en efecto, un lugar ideal. Un lugar para vagar. Y tiene ustedes, mis amigos ficticios, a quienes pero debo regresar a mi sueño y ver a mis amigos ahí. Ellos son igual de importantes.
Sí, tienes razón, Recoleta. No se puede negar que eres un alma noble y apasionada. Cada uno de nosotros lo sabe.
También eres nuestra querida amiga. ¿Por qué te detendremos de hacer lo que realmente deseas?
Te deseamos lo mejor, Recoleta. Buenas noches, querida. Que tu sueño sea dulce esta vez.
Good night. Nighty night.
Gracias a todos, mis amigos. Nunca los olvidaré.
I've read your work, Señorita Recoleta. To be frank, it lacks both depth and breadth. This town of yours is still far from reflecting the complexity of society, and the narrative lacks a discerning perspective. It still needs some work if you want it to truly resonate with our audience. Just go for it, Señorita. You're at a perfect age to explore, experience, and learn.
What's happening to me? Of course. The rise and fall of sanity is my story. So, even though the novel's been destroyed, the story, and myself along with it, lives on in the minds of those who read it. Thank you for your feedback, editor. Even here in this great expanse of darkness, I can still hear your words. You have my gratitude. Thank you for reading my novel, even if you didn't understand it, and likely never will.
Honestly, I find your story totally fascinating, but I'm still struggling to understand the connections between all these nameless characters. Couldn't you make it clearer? Like a movie?
Typical. Trust a writer to try to be all obscure and mysterious.
Bruh.
Maria, Pancho, you guys are the best traveling pals I've ever had. Our paths may diverge in the future, but the joyful memories of our journey across grasslands, snowfields, and deserts together will remain forever.
It's been great coming along with you. You're totally one of a kind. We'll be waiting for you at my aunt's vineyard. A little sun after a hard day's work will do you good.
If the weather is not cool, wouldn't bother, bro.
There is ambition in her writing. It's passionate and poetic, fractured and chaotic. But when viewed as a whole, her work feels like little more than a superficial illusion. It lacks the depth to truly touch the soul.
And what is this elusive depth that you're talking about?
I will refrain from offering further comments until she stops romanticizing her childish adventures. To put it bluntly, her phraseology feels overly deliberate to the point of distortion. Her verbiage is like a collection of vague sentiment bubbles.
That means she's been overly vague or some shit? No.
I see, Aleph. Then this is how you really feel about my novel?
1,000 readers will interpret a story 1,000 different ways. Some believe the text itself is dead, and it is the reader who gives it life.
Yep.
The truth cannot be fully conveyed through words alone. That said, I think The Rise and Fall of Sanity is a good story.
Oh, so the Eternal Paradise is a library of sorts, just like I always imagined. Or is this just another reflection of my inner thoughts?
Probably.
I like it here. It's nice being surrounded by literature.
Yeah, you said that once before.
But it's time to go back. Back to reality.
And off she goes.
You're right about literature, Doorside Beggar. It is a dangerous and futile calling, but I still believe in it.
Recoleta, you're back!
I'm so glad to see you're safe.
And I'm so glad to see you two worried sick about me. Thanks, mis mejores amigas Soneto y Burton. See, Aleph? I still exist.
Amalfitano is gone. It's all over. You're simply a wandering ghost now, never to return home again. You may still exist, but Amalfitano will never get its ending. You have nullified its existence, rendering all of this meaningless. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question. they've failed once again.
Ooh,
the Amalfitano and the Panopticon were two parts of a whole. With the Amalfitano gone, Komala no longer has any reason to exist.
I'm sorry, Aleph. You, who know all the mysteries of the world, who seek answers to every question, have lost yourself in the process. You can answer everyone else's questions, but never your own. Who's the person behind that mask? Is he real? Does he still exist?
I wonder that myself sometimes.
Am I?
Stay vigilant, everyone. This is just like when the idealist and the physician had their meltdown. Only this time, it seems even worse.
I think Aleph is trying to tear down the Panopticon.
Damn, talk about the meltdown. Talk about the crash out.
Freeze! Stay where you are. All of you.
Take a deep breath. What a garbled mess. Glad we're on the same page. Thank heavens my commander wasn't some... Well, it's all thanks to a certain writer, the embodiment of the wandering poet and traveler from Santiago to Buenos Aires. She impressed me with her precious experience as a cafe dishwasher and campground caretaker.
This is supposed to be, you know, that guy that traveled with, I don't know, his girlfriend and Recoleta.
What really rekindled my sense of humor was her serious, drawing strength from her wanderings. And some would hail her as a battle angel of Latin America, with words as piercing as bullets and poems as powerful as tactical bombers. Many share your... Here. Many, if not all people, foolishly think it's the execute... While they're half right. As for... Well, it's probably best not to buy too much. That said, books can bite back, and they'll leave scars.
Yeah, just ask that guy, you know, that got mauled by John Wick with a book. Just saying. Super effective. In praise of folly.
I was just setting up my exhibit when everything started shaking. Then I realized it wasn't just my imagination. So I followed the cracks in the wall and found I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But... Are you the physician? Or is it... Aleph? Whoever you are, please restore the Panopticon to the way it was. You can do that. Why? Why aren't you doing anything, damn it? Oh, the die.
Calm down, Garcia.
The die is not doing anything, brother. it's not gonna do anything.
This conch should do.
The puppy agreed with your...
A pot of liquor amidst the flowers. You are not welcome here.
Oh.
The feast of all feasts. Give them a warm welcome.
Okay.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its
And he
maximum
just
speed.
died. He died, just like that.
Timekeeper, he's...
Why? Why is this happening to me? I was so close. So close to completing the exhibition.
Can't you see, Garcia? There is no one controlling this place now. You're free. It isn't the dye that's trapped you, nor is it the walls of this prison. It's the rules and that overpowering gaze from the central tower. But now that's all gone. You can go outside. You can set up your exhibit anywhere you want. No need to stay stuck in this.
No, Señorita Recoleta. You've seen the world out there. You know as well as I that there's nowhere else I can go but here. This is the only place in the world where I can hold my exhibit. And you've ruined it. You've ruined everything.
This room's about to collapse. We've got to leave. Mr. Garcia, do you need a hand?
I can take care of myself, thank you. I'll go a different way. I have to go back and finish setting up my exhibit.
Burton, what about Aleph? We can't just leave him here.
Of course not. We still have questions he needs to answer. Sinetto, help me get him up. Let's get out of here.
Yes, Timekeeper.
Your words are always at odds with your thoughts. You carry an ocean of questions, yet never reveal even a single drop of them.
What do you mean?
Why have you never shared your doubts? Why do you stay silent in the face of everything and everyone around you?
I believe in my duty.
As for you, paracausality researcher, you're different from any other seeker of answers. Even on a desperate, near-hopeless journey, your heart holds little doubt.
Perhaps not every question needs an answer, Mr. Aleph.
Is that so?
That's so.
Look. It's sinking.
What ship?
One that was it's Drake, to be fair, but that makes some theory. But let's ditch the theories and now, the mad passengers are storming the shore.
A favorable outcome is spreading the disease.
I suppose it is. Yes, freedom is fit. Let's dig deeper. After watching the inhabitants of this earth tear madness, and soon...
Like who? Check your six.
The one leaning against the sunken ship. The seawater has flooded his windpipe and reddened his eyes. He's in his home base. He holds no hope for forgiveness from his enemies. Not in the slightest. Now...
He did that to himself. That got to do with us.
Stay behind me. I'll keep us safe. should do.
So yeah, I wanna check what hit your damage in the first round. There.
Oh look, here's another one. Is that a fairy in the liquor? You are not welcome here. The feast of all feasts.
It should kill it in a jiffy. And it's dead.
Everything went smoothly. Shall we have another round?
Next up. Aspect of madness.
Dear Erd, why are you so interested in the panopticon of Kamala? Dear Mr. Aleph, whether as a doctor or a writer, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to the friction around me.
Especially the discord and injustice I have witnessed here in Kamala. So, I would ask of you a question. Is there any way to resolve the endless conflicts in this place?
To put an end to this, a true ending is required. Your arrival has made it possible for this simulation to have an ending, or rather, a victory.
So it is a simulation.
What do you mean by victory? I'd appreciate it if you could clarify in simple terms. If this victory comes at the cost of any inmate's life, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. I also have another question for you. If I leave, will the stories and conflicts here come to an end?
Miss Grace of Manus Vindicte will grant you passage. But in any case, the cycle of history will continue to repeat itself. The sins of humankind will not cease until veins turn to wires, flesh and bone to geometric shapes, and the world around us twists in the colors of an oil painting.
What the hell? Does he want an AI uprising? Does he want Skynet to exist? To
I must
succeed?
say, your words have left me rather baffled. Fragments of the events you describe often appear in my dreams.
Maybe a
Could it be that
cyberpunk
these things really happen?
dystopia, utopia, I guess. I don't know.
If that's the case, why can't I recall the details? Why am I left with only disconnected pieces? The madness in Kamala. These bizarre dreams. What have I forgotten? Has someone or something altered my memory? I can't shake the feeling that something crucial to me has been lost in the river of time. Some kind of duty, perhaps. What should I do? How can I recapture what I have lost?
I won't answer a question that already has an answer. One given to you by the person who escorted you here and made you a promise.
What does Aleph know about doors? Oh.
You're so close to the place where the truth lies. Think carefully. Why are you here?
These letters we found have answered a great deal. But there's Mr. Aleph. What exactly did the Manus promise Dr. Dorez?
An era. A chance for her to remember her duty.
An era? You helped her leave the Panopticon in the end. Where did she go?
Southward.
Yep. Southward. Antarctica.
There, on the no man's continent, Manus Vindicte is preparing to recreate the parable of the past and future.
Which is why everything was so quiet. Because they are on a continent where no man lives.
A glorious past and a glimmering future belonging to Arcanus. Dr. Dorez is deeply connected to this particular parable.
What exactly are the Manus planning to do in Antarctica? And why would Dr. Doris go there voluntarily?
Mr. Aleph, when did Dr. Doris depart?
It was a day when both the clouds and sun were visible.
A day when both the clouds and sun were visible?
Pacific? You mean the time of day?
When both clouds and the sun were visible. Hey, Vertin, I think I know. It was 3 days ago. Then Dr. Doris wasn't going to Comala on the day I met her. She was leaving. She was headed to Antarctica. It was cloudy that afternoon, with a brief spell of sunshine, just like Aleph described.
Then it hasn't been long since she left. Excellent news.
3 days. If we set off immediately, we might still catch up to her. But, based on the intel we gathered in Ushuaia, Manus Vindicte bombed the entire port 3 days ago. Clearly, they wanted to prevent any interference from the Foundation. It's unlikely we'll find any functioning ships there. I'll report the situation to the Buenos Aires branch. Timekeeper, I'm afraid we'll have to find another way to get there.
I have a boat.
You do?
Could you lend it to us? The situation's...
This boat will automatically take you to McMurdo Port, the landing point Manus Vindicte established by the shores of the Ross Sea.
This looks like Manus technology. Its arcane energy source is highly unstable. Timekeeper, I suggest we wait for support in Ushuaia.
I don't usually agree with Soneto, but I have to admit, I don't have much confidence that a boat this small can actually make it to Antarctica.
Mr. Aleph, do you know anything about Manus Vindicte's ritual? How far has it progressed?
The ritual could begin at any moment. I believe that's why they left Kamala. Upon departure, one of their members, a woman named Grace, told me they would seal off the sea.
Are we too late?
If you wish to find Doris, you must follow the same path she took.
I see. Mr. Aleph, members of the Foundation branch will arrive soon to evaluate your condition. I hope you'll answer their questions with the same patience you showed us. Thank you. Soneto, let's go.
Yes, Timekeeper.
Thank you for your assistance too, Recoleta. Perhaps you'll consider joining the...
What was that? It came from the Panopticon.
Collapse of the Panopticon. What do you expect? It's already collapsing. Way before. What? Where is it? Oh, it's here. Journey to and fro. Oh, so this is yeah, it's Erd. It's Doris. So long, prison.
With Alep's control gone, Komala is collapsing. The inmates aren't even real criminals, are they? And they're still in there with no clue that they're no longer being watched from the central tower. We have to go tell them. We have to get them to safety.
Yes, we should help them get out. At least until support arrives. But the Manus ritual...
Don't worry. I'll go alone.
Huh?
You should hurry. When this is all over, I'll write to you, my dear friend. During this journey together, our teamwork has... I'm not doing it just to help you or the organization you represent. I'm doing it because...
Okay, I trust you. Take care of yourself, Recoleta.
But
Take care.
If the storm truly is imminent, as Dr. Merlin said, then...
I don't quite understand what this storm is all about. But don't worry. And I doubt it'll surpass the epic adventures we've shared over the past couple of days. I'm going to write everything, including the two of you, into my new novel.
Then I'd like to be the first to read this new novel. If that...
Of course. Listen, I believe literature is like an endless, timeless river. So we'll meet again someday, somewhere. Probably in someone else's story. Who knows?
I mean, I do kind of believe she got picked up by the Foundation, right? So, probably get sheltered by the Foundation and, you know, get saved from the storm.
Adiós, mis queridos amigos.
Adiós, amigos. Yo, what's with this melancholic sounding music? I don't think a building on fire is something to, you know, feel soothing about. It's not something soothing. What's with the mismatch of the atmosphere? They are all dancing when everything around them is collapsing. But this is just the dog, this is fine meme. But everything in the room is on fire.
Dr. Merlin. You're Dr. Merlin, right? I finally found you. What on earth happened in the central tower? Right after I left, the whole Panopticon started collapsing. The tower's in ruin. I've been looking for you everywhere. Please, sir, come with me. It isn't safe.
That won't be necessary. The snow is still falling. Yet everything in the labyrinth has already gone up in flames. Fortune, fate, karma. They're nothing but a ridiculous joke. It's over, Jaguar. You have lost your memories, your identity, your name, and now your title. You are no longer a jailer trapped in the Panopticon.
I don't get it, Dr. Merlin. What are you talking about? I'm going back to Komala. Order must be maintained. The prisoners mustn't be allowed to escape. Please take care, Dr. Merlin.
Aww. That's a bit sad, to be honest.
Hey, you! Don't run off like that. It's dangerous.
Deserts!
My dream! Stop! Get off me! Let me go! Are you blind? The panopticon is falling apart!
It's you, Roberta.
They are all mad! I knew it! They've been insane from the start! The whole place is burning to the ground and they still won't leave! They're still talking and talking about things that no one cares about! I can't help them! I never understood what they were talking about. The rhythms, the factions, the ideologies. Yes, the people were nice. The idealists too, but I've had enough of this prison. I never should have joined these movements. It was all me. I want to leave this place. Go to Spain or France. Anywhere but here.
Por la felicidad yo te canto y por la libertad yo te canto. Nada podrá parar ni vencer mi ser.
I wonder what would Recoleta do in this situation. 3 days ago.
But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle.
Okay.
A ship, sailing to an unfamiliar land, a parable of the past and future, an era that once existed and is yet to come. Is this the answer you've provided, Mr. Aleph?
No, Erd. You will have to find this answer yourself.
What the hell?
No one can help you with this. No one.
Is this like a alternate reality or some shit?
I see. Thank you, Mr. Aleph. I will remember what you've told me.
A platonic year. Okay. Both suddenly right or wrong. Where's in the olden state? Oh man, it's our dancers and their tread. Yo. So technically it is indeed a alternate reality or some shit. Or maybe it's just a metaphor as to Aleph saying you have to follow the same path as Doris. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's a metaphor, right? I feel like the Xeno, they are not exactly the bad guys, to be honest. I think, what's his name again? Igor? I think he has a plan. He's planning something. That's for sure. Anyways, that was the end of 3.6, at least story-wise. It's been 6 hours, 6.5 hours, and I'm getting yippee. So I'm gonna sign off for now. But I'll see you guys. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. I have some commitments on Tuesday, so I have to get to that. I have to do that. But maybe once I'm done with Tuesday, well, maybe Tuesday night. So yeah. Anyways, you guys enjoyed the stream, everything, and I hope to see you guys very, very soon. I'm out.